Close your eyes. Tonight, let me tell you a story. It is a quiet story made of sea wind, small waves, and the sound of light. Somewhere beyond the shore, on a small rocky island, a lighthouse stands. It has been there for many years. It watches the sea every night, and the sea watches back. Inside the lighthouse lives a man. People call him the keeper. He wakes with the dawn and sleeps when the stars are tired. His name is Elias. He is not young, not old. He is simply here, steady, calm, and kind. Every evening, when the sky turns gold and the sea becomes a mirror, Elias climbs the narrow stairs of the lighthouse. He moves slowly, step by step. The air smells of salt and rust. The walls remember many hands before his. He reaches the top and opens the round door to the lantern room. Wind enters softly. As if it knows his name, he touches the great lamp, checks the oil, wipes the glass. He listens to the sea below. He feels peace. The light begins to shine. A slow circle of warmth moves across the water. It turns again and again, keeping the ship safe in the dark. Elias stands beside it, silent. He thinks about the lives behind the waves. Sailors, families, travelers who look for home. He whispers, "You are safe tonight." When the work is done, he sits by the window. He drinks tea that tastes of metal and wind. Sometimes he hums an old tune. Sometimes he writes in a small book. His handwriting is soft and round like the tide. He writes about clouds, birds, and dreams. He writes about a woman whose face he almost remembers. Outside, the sea breathes slowly. It comes, it goes. It speaks in rhythm, like a heart. The moon rises behind the thin mist, painting the world in silver. Elias watches the light touch the waves. He feels small, but also full. He thinks, maybe the sea is alive. Maybe it knows my name too. He remembers his first night here many years ago. He was afraid then. The sea was loud, the wind was wild, and he thought he would never sleep again. But time taught him the language of waves. He learned that the sea is not angry, only restless. Now, when storms come, he listens without fear. He says to himself, "The storm is just another way the sea breathes." Each morning, when the light fades, he goes outside. He walks barefoot on the stones. He feels the cold water touch his feet. He watches gulls fly low and slow. He speaks to them quietly. "Good morning, my friends." The gulls answer with soft cries that sound like laughter. He smiles. Sometimes a small boat comes from the town on the mainland. A young boy brings food and letters. The boy's name is Thomas. He is 12, with eyes as bright as sunrise. Elias waves to him from the rocks. Thomas jumps to the shore, light as a cat. They share bread and stories. The boy talks about school, about his mother, about the noise of the harbor. Elias listens, smiling. He likes the boy's voice. It reminds him that the world is still alive. Before leaving, Thomas always asks, "Do you ever get lonely, sir?" Elias looks at the sea and answers slowly, "Lonely? Maybe sometimes, but the sea keeps me company. It talks to me when no one else does." The boy nods, though he doesn't really understand. After the boat disappears behind the fog, Elias stands there for a while. He feels the silence again. He likes it. It is a soft silence, not empty, not cold. It is the kind that lets thoughts float like feathers. When night comes again, he lights the lamp. The ritual never changes. It brings him comfort, like breathing. Light the fire, clean the glass, watch the beam move over the dark sea. Listen to the world. Breathe. Be. Sometimes he thinks about the city he left long ago. He remembers the noise, the lights, the faces moving too fast. He remembers feeling tired all the time, like a wave with no shore. Then one day, he saw a sign. Lighthouse Keeper wanted. He didn't know why, but the words stayed in his heart. He packed a small bag, took a train, then a boat, and never went back. Now, years later, he feels that decision was not escape. It was arrival. Here, every sound has space to live. Every breath is its own story. Tonight, the wind is soft. It carries the smell of seaweed and old wood. Elias sits near the lamp, eyes half closed. He listens. He can hear the gentle hum of the world, the sea, the wind, his own heartbeat. He feels calm. He thinks about the ships far away, people asleep in their cabins, the quiet trust they place in this small light. It makes him feel useful, even loved. He whispers, "Good night, travelers. The light is watching for you." And he smiles. The sea answers with a sigh. Outside, stars begin to show. They look like small fires on the water. One of them seems closer than the rest. He looks at it and wonders, maybe someone out there is watching me too. The night deepens. The world slows. Elias lies down in his small bed below the tower. He leaves the window open. The air moves gently through the room, cool and kind. He closes his eyes. He feels the rhythm of the sea inside his chest. In the half-sleep, he thinks, I am part of this light. I am part of this sea. And before he dreams, he whispers to himself, I am safe. I am home. Outside, the light keeps turning, soft, patient, eternal. It does not rush. It does not rest. It simply shines, for those who need it and for those who have forgotten they do. Part 2. The morning after the storm. The night passed quietly. The sea sang its long, slow song. The wind moved around the lighthouse like a kind ghost. Elias slept deeply. He dreamed of light moving over dark water, of voices he could almost hear, gentle and far away. When he opened his eyes, the room was filled with soft gray light. It was morning. He sat up slowly. His bed made a small sound, like a sigh. Outside, the sky looked heavy, full of silver clouds. He could smell the rain that had fallen during the night. The stones were still wet. The sea was calm again, tired after dancing all night. Elias put on his old sweater. It was made of thick wool, soft and rough at the same time. He opened the window wider. The air was cool. It touched his face like a friend. He smiled. He whispered, Good morning, sea. Down below, waves touched the rocks softly, like a cat's paw. Gulls flew slowly, their wings wide and lazy. He listened to their cries echo through the fog. He liked how everything was slow here. Nothing hurried. Even time itself seemed to move like the tide. Gentle, patient, never lost. He went downstairs to make tea. The kettle was old, with small marks of rust, but it still sang. He filled it with rainwater collected from a barrel outside. The fire whispered as it burned. He sat beside it, watching the small blue flame move. He liked mornings like this, soft, gray, simple. He drank his tea and looked at the wall. On it hung an old picture of a woman. Her eyes were calm. Her smile was small, almost shy. He looked at her often, but never for long. The picture was fading, the colors turning pale like sea glass. He didn't remember when he first hung it there. Maybe she was someone from his past. Maybe she was only a dream he decided to believe in. After tea, he walked outside. The air smelled of salt and wet stone. He touched the wall of the lighthouse. It was cold and smooth. The sea stretched endlessly. gray-blue and shining at the edges. A small piece of wood floated nearby, part of some ship maybe. He watched it drift away. He thought about the storm from last night. He hadn't been afraid. He had stood by the window, watching the waves rise and fall. He had listened to the thunder roll like distant drums. The light had never stopped turning. He felt proud of that. The light never failed. It was his promise to the world. Elias picked up his journal. He carried it everywhere. It was small, covered in leather, and smelled of the sea. He opened it and wrote slowly, "The sea is calm today. The world feels new again. The light survived the storm. I am still here." He closed the book gently and smiled. He liked simple words. They felt true. By noon, the sun appeared, pale, soft, but kind. It warmed the stones and made the sea sparkle. Elias sat on the steps of the lighthouse. He held a small shell in his hand. It was white, smooth, almost shining. He put it to his ear. He could hear a quiet echo, a whisper of waves, a sound of something far but familiar. He whispered back, "I hear you." Sometimes Elias thought the sea was speaking to him, not in words, but in rhythm. He could understand it in his own way. The waves said, "Be still." The wind said, "You are not alone." The light said, "Keep shining." And he listened. He always listened. Around afternoon, a faint sound came from the horizon. He looked up and saw a small boat. It was Thomas. The boy waved both hands. His voice carried through the wind. "Mr. Elias, the storm didn't break your light." Elias laughed quietly. He waved back, his heart warm. When the boat reached the rocks, Thomas jumped out carefully. He brought a basket with bread, apples, and a letter. His cheeks were red from the wind. He said, "Mother worried about you. She said the storm was bad last night." Elias smiled. "I am fine, Thomas. The lighthouse is strong, and so am I." The boy grinned. "I knew it." They sat together on the stone steps, eating bread and apples. The sea was quiet now, like it was listening to them. Elias asked, "How is school?" Thomas rolled his eyes and laughed. "It's boring. I'd rather live here with you in the sea." Elias chuckled softly. "The sea is a patient teacher, but sometimes it can be lonely." The boy looked at the endless water. "Maybe, but I think it would be a good kind of lonely." Elias looked at him with gentle eyes. He didn't answer. Some feelings didn't need words. They shared the silence. A soft, full silence. The waves whispered below. The gulls called above. The light turned slowly in the tower. Before leaving, Thomas gave him the letter. "It's from the mainland, maybe from the lighthouse office." Elias nodded. He didn't open it right away. He watched Thomas climb back into the boat, his small hands holding the rope tightly. The boy waved again. "See you soon, Mr. Elias." "See you soon," Elias said. The words floated over the water like feathers. He stood there for a while, watching the boat become smaller and smaller. He felt something move in his chest, not sadness, not joy, something softer, quieter, like the sea after rain. He finally opened the letter. The paper was thin and smelled of dust. It was from the city office. The words were neat and cold. "To the keeper of North Bay Lighthouse, please confirm your service report for the month. We are considering an automatic light installation next year. More details will follow." Elias read it twice. He didn't feel angry. He just felt still. He looked up at the lamp above the tower, old, warm, alive. He whispered, Automatic light? The words felt strange in his mouth. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket. The wind took a deep breath around him. That night, when the sun disappeared and the stars came, Elias lit the lamp again. He moved slowly, as always. He cleaned the glass, trimmed the wick, turned the wheel. The light rose, strong and golden. It began to turn. Slow, perfect, endless. Elias stood beside it, watching the beam move over the black sea. He whispered softly, "No machine can love the sea like I do." He stayed there for a long time, feeling the rhythm of the waves, the heartbeat of the world. He didn't think about tomorrow. He didn't think about the letter. He only thought about the light, warm, patient. Human? He breathed deeply and said to himself, "I will shine for one more night." Outside, the fog wrapped the lighthouse gently, like a blanket. The sea whispered its approval, and somewhere in the dark distance, a ship saw the light and felt safe. Part 3. The Letter and the Memory. The night wind moved gently around the lighthouse. The sea was calm, shining with the reflection of the turning light. Elias sat by the window, holding the letter in his hands. He had read it again, but the words didn't change. They were quiet, but they carried something heavy. He whispered to himself, "Automatic light, no keeper needed." He said it slowly, like testing a new language. The idea felt cold. It felt empty. He looked at the lamp above, burning softly in the night. The light was steady, alive, almost breathing. Could a machine ever love this place? Could it listen to the sea the way he did? He smiled faintly. "Maybe not," he said. He stood up and walked toward the spiral stairs. Each step made a small sound, like raindrops on stone. The air was cool, filled with the scent of oil and salt. At the top, the great lamp turned slowly, painting circles of gold on the walls. Elias placed his hand on the glass. It was warm. It felt alive. He closed his eyes. The hum of the light mixed with the rhythm of the waves. It sounded like a heartbeat. He stayed there for a long time. His mind wandered to the city, to the letter, and then to the woman in the picture. He didn't want to think about her, but the thought came anyway. Her name was Anna. He whispered it softly, afraid the wind might steal it away. Anna. She had loved the sea too. Long ago, before the lighthouse, they had lived near the harbor. She used to walk barefoot on the sand, collecting shells and tiny stones. She said each one had a memory inside it. Elias used to laugh and say, "Then your hands must be full of the past." She would smile and answer, "The past is light. It only feels heavy when you stop loving it." He remembered her laughter, soft like the sound of the tide. He remembered her sitting by the window, watching the waves. Then, one winter, she became sick. The sea could not help her, and neither could he. When she was gone, he could no longer live by the same shore. Every wave felt like her voice calling his name. So he came here, to this lonely island, where the sea still spoke, but in whispers he could bear. Elias opened the small box on his desk. Inside were a few things: an old pocket watch, a silver ring, and a folded letter tied with a string. He untied it carefully. The paper was yellow and fragile. He read her words once more. "My dear Elias, if you ever find yourself alone, listen to the sea. It will remind you that nothing is truly gone. The sea keeps every voice, every dream, and as long as the light still turns, I will be near you. Love always, Anna." He pressed the letter against his chest. His eyes were wet, but his heart felt calm. He whispered, "You are still here." The lamp above him turned again. The beam moved across the sea, slow, gentle, alive. He imagined Anna's face in the light, smiling. He whispered, "I will keep your light burning, always." Later that night, he sat outside by the shore. The sky was full of stars, small and kind. The waves made soft music against the rocks. He closed his eyes and listened. He could almost hear her voice inside the sound. Soft, steady, forgiving. He said to himself, "Maybe I am not guarding the sea. Maybe the sea is guarding me." The thought made him smile. He felt something warm inside his chest, not sadness, but peace. He stayed outside until dawn. When the first pale light touched the water, he stood and looked at the horizon. The sea was smooth like glass. The world felt clean, new, and quiet. He thought, another day, another chance to listen. He walked back to the lighthouse and brewed tea. The smell filled the small kitchen. Soft, familiar, safe. As he waited, he looked at the wall again. The picture of Anna was still there. Her smile looked different now, lighter, almost alive. He whispered, "Good morning, Anna." He took his cup and went outside. The world was bright but still gentle. He sat on the steps and watched the sunlight dance on the waves. The gulls called softly above. The air was fresh, full of salt and memory. He breathed slowly, feeling the peace return to him. He decided to write again in his journal. His handwriting was calm and clear. The sea remembers everything, even the love we think we lost, even the light we forget to see. Maybe that is why I am here, to remember. He put down the pen and smiled. He didn't know how long the lighthouse would still need him. Maybe months, maybe only a few more nights. But tonight, tomorrow, and as long as he could climb those stairs, he would keep the light alive. He whispered softly, "As long as I breathe, the sea will never be dark." That evening, he polished the lens carefully. He checked the oil and cleaned the glass until it shone like a star. When the sun began to fall, the world turned golden. The sea looked like liquid light. Elias stood at the window, watching it. He felt a quiet joy. When the first star appeared, he lit the lamp again. The beam stretched across the horizon, touching the water, the clouds, and the night sky. He whispered, "For you, Anna." Far away on the dark water, a small ship moved slowly, its sails catching the light. The captain saw the shining beam and smiled. He didn't know the keeper's name, he didn't know the story, but he whispered a quiet thank you into the wind. Elias watched from the tower and felt something gentle move inside him, a sense of belonging. He was not alone. Every ship, every traveler, every wave, they were all part of the same quiet song. The night deepened. The light kept turning. The keeper kept watching. The sea kept breathing. And somewhere in that rhythm, love kept living. Slow, endless, and kind. Part 4. The Visitor in the Fog. The morning began with mist. The world was soft and gray. The lighthouse stood like a tall ghost above the quiet sea. Elias woke to the sound of foghorns in the distance, low, slow, and gentle. He moved to the window and looked out. He could not see far. The fog covered everything like a thick dream. He liked mornings like this. They made the island feel hidden, protected. The air was cool and damp. The smell of salt and wet grass filled the room. He breathed it in deeply. "Good morning, old friend," he whispered to the sea. even though he could not see it. He dressed slowly, made tea, and sat by the small table near the window. The flame under the kettle made a tiny song. He watched the fog move like smoke outside. It felt peaceful, until he heard something new. A sound, distant at first, then clearer. Not the sea, not the wind. It was the soft rhythm of oars. Someone was rowing toward the island. He stood and listened. The sound came closer, slow, steady, human. Elias went outside. The air was thick and the fog wrapped around him. He walked down the narrow stone path to the rocks. He could hear the oars now, wood touching water, breath between strokes. Then, slowly, a small boat appeared from the white mist. Inside was a man, wrapped in a long coat. He looked tired, but peaceful. He lifted his hand and waved. "Good morning," the stranger called. His voice was calm and friendly. Elias waved back. "Good morning. You're early. Not many visitors come through the fog." The man smiled faintly. "The sea brought me here," he said. Elias nodded. "That's how it always happens." When the boat touched the rocks, Elias helped him step out. The man's boots were wet. His coat smelled of rain and wood. He looked around slowly, taking in the tower, the sea, the silence. "It's even quieter than I imagined," he said softly. Elias smiled. "Quiet keeps the world steady." They walked toward the lighthouse. Elias made tea for both of them. The visitor's hands trembled a little as he held the cup. He looked at Elias and said, "My name is Samuel. I'm a writer. I've been traveling along the coast, collecting stories about lighthouses and the people who keep them." Elias nodded slowly. He said nothing at first. Then, quietly, "You came to the right place. The sea here remembers everything." Samuel smiled. He opened a small notebook from his bag. "Would you tell me your story?" he asked gently. Elias looked out the window. The fog was still thick. The sea was hidden, but he could hear its voice, soft, breathing, endless. He said, "There isn't much to tell. I came here long ago to keep a light alive, and I stayed." Samuel waited, respectful, silent. Elias looked at his hands. They were strong but slow now, marked by years of wind and salt. He said softly, "There was someone I loved. She loved the sea. She said the sea keeps every dream. When she left, I came here to listen for her voice in the waves." Samuel's eyes softened. He wrote quietly in his notebook. Elias didn't mind. The words didn't hurt anymore. They were gentle now, like smooth stones. Outside, the fog began to lift. The sea appeared again, pale blue and wide. Light broke through the clouds in silver lines. Samuel stood at the window, watching. "It's beautiful," he whispered. Elias nodded. "It always is, even when no one is here to see it." They went outside together. The air was brighter now. The lighthouse shone softly against the gray sky. Samuel looked up at it. "How long have you been here?" he asked. Elias thought for a moment. "I stopped counting years. The sea doesn't need numbers." The writer smiled. He said, "I think I understand." For a long time, they stood without talking. The waves moved slowly, whispering secrets only they could hear. A gull cried above, its wings cutting through the mist. Elias felt something different that day. Not change, but connection. The island didn't feel so far from the world anymore. When the sun began to fall, Samuel packed his things. He said, "I'll stay tonight if you don't mind. I want to see the light when it turns." Elias smiled. Of course, the light always welcomes kind eyes. That evening, they climbed the stairs together. The lamp waited quietly at the top. Elias moved with care, the same movements he had done for years. Clean the glass, check the oil, turn the gear, light the flame. The soft golden glow filled the room. The beam turned, touching the sea again. Samuel watched silently, almost in awe. He whispered, "It's alive." Elias nodded. Yes, the light has a soul. They stood side by side for a long time, watching the glow move through the mist. It was a soft, perfect silence. Samuel said, "I think I'll write about you, not about the lighthouse, but about the man who listens to the sea." Elias smiled faintly. "If you do, tell them the light is older than loneliness." The writer looked at him, truly looked. He said, "That's a beautiful sentence." Elias shrugged gently. "It's not a sentence. It's the truth." Later, when Samuel fell asleep in the small guest room, Elias went outside. The fog had lifted completely. The stars shone clearly above the calm sea. He looked at the horizon and whispered, "Someone new came today, Anna. Maybe the sea sent him." The waves answered softly. Elias closed his eyes, feeling the breeze against his face. He thought of the letter, the light, the sea, and the simple peace of another night lived well. Inside the lighthouse, the lamp turned quietly. The light touched the water, the sky, the sleeping visitor. The world was calm. The keeper was calm. And in the distance, the fog began to return, slow, gentle, like a dream coming back to carry the night. Part 5, Stories by the Fire Night, came slowly to the island. The air was cool, but gentle. The sea moved softly, like a living breath around the rocks. Inside the lighthouse, the light turned quietly, drawing slow, golden circles over the walls. Elias and Samuel sat by the small fire, 2 cups of tea between them. The kettle whispered, and the sound of the waves filled the silence between words. Samuel broke the quiet first. "I think," he said softly, "that this is the calmest place I've ever known." Elias smiled faintly. "It's the sea," he replied. "She slows everything down, even time." The fire crackled. The shadows danced on the old stone walls. Samuel opened his notebook again, but this time he didn't write. He just looked at Elias and said, "Would you tell me something about her, the woman you loved?" Elias looked at the fire for a long moment. The flames moved like small, patient memories. He nodded slowly. "She was called Anna," he began. "She had soft hands and a quiet heart. She never liked cities. She said noise makes people forget how to listen. We used to walk by the sea every evening. She would collect small shells and tell me their stories." Samuel leaned forward. "Their stories?" Elias smiled. "Yes. She said every shell carried a whisper from another shore. Some came from faraway lands, some from old dreams. She believed the sea spoke through them." He laughed gently. "I thought it was only her imagination then. But now, after all these years, I think she was right." The fire made a soft sigh. Outside, the waves echoed the rhythm of Elias's words. He continued, "When she was ill, she told me, 'When I'm gone, listen to the sea. I'll be there.' And she was. Every night when I light the lamp, I hear her voice in the wind." He paused, eyes glimmering. "Sometimes she sounds sad. Sometimes she sounds like laughter, but she's always there." Samuel wrote one line in his notebook. "The sea keeps every voice." He whispered the words softly. Elias nodded. "Yes, that's what she believed." For a while, they both sat in silence. The only sounds were the fire, the wind, and the slow beat of the waves. Then Samuel said, "Would you like to hear one of my stories?" Elias smiled gently. "Please." The writer leaned closer to the fire. He spoke slowly, his voice soft and steady. "It's a story I heard from an old fisherman near South Bay," he began. "He said there was once a star that fell into the sea. It sank deep into the dark water, and no one saw it again. But the fisherman believed the star didn't die. He said it became the first spark of every lighthouse light, that every flame by the sea carries a piece of that star." Elias listened quietly. His eyes were half closed. The story sounded like a lullaby. Samuel continued, "So every time a keeper lights his lamp, the star wakes for a while, remembering the sky it once came from." Elias smiled softly. "That's a good story," he said. Samuel nodded. "I thought so too." The light above them turned slowly, shining through the small window. It painted a golden line across the floor, across Samuel's notebook, and across Elias's hands. Elias said, "Maybe we don't keep the light alive. Maybe it keeps us alive." Samuel looked at him, thoughtful. "That's something I'll write down," he said. Elias chuckled. "Then write it with care. The light doesn't like pride." They both laughed quietly. The fire flickered lower, turning from flame to embers. Elias poured more tea. The smell of salt and herbs filled the air. After a long while, Samuel asked, "Do you ever leave the island?" Elias shook his head. "The world is too loud now. I listen better here." "But don't you miss people?" Elias looked at the fire again. "I think people live here too," he said, pointing to his chest. "When you remember them with kindness, they never really leave." Samuel wrote another note in his book. Remembering is another kind of presence. He looked up and said, "I think that's true." Outside, the sea whispered its agreement. The waves rolled in, slow and soft. A thin mist began to rise again, wrapping the world in quiet silver. The lighthouse light turned above them, moving through the fog, touching everything it could reach. Elias stood and walked to the window. He looked out at the sea, now hidden again in the mist. He said softly, "The sea always hides itself at night, but it never disappears. It's like love, quiet, unseen, but always there." Samuel watched him, then said, "Maybe that's what people will feel when they read your story. Quiet love." Elias smiled faintly. "Then maybe they will hear her voice too." They stayed awake until the fire burned low. When the last ember faded, Samuel closed his notebook. He said, "Thank you for sharing this, Elias." Elias nodded. "Thank you for listening." They climbed the stairs to the small rooms above. The air smelled of oil and salt. The lamp still turned, steady and warm. Samuel stopped and looked up at it. "It really does feel alive," he whispered. Elias smiled. "Everything that gives light is alive." When Samuel finally slept, the lighthouse keeper walked once more to the balcony. The mist had thickened again, but the light shone through it, calm, golden, sure. He leaned on the railing, feeling the cool metal beneath his hands. He looked at the water below. He spoke softly. "Anna, I met a kind soul tonight. He listens, just like you did. Maybe the sea sent him to remind me that stories are another kind of light." The wind moved around him gently, carrying the scent of salt and memory. He closed his eyes. He felt the sea breathing, slow and deep. He breathed with it. The world felt full of stories, of silence, of love that never leaves. Inside, the clock ticked quietly. The light turned. The night went on, and the keeper stood there, calm and awake, watching the light touch the endless sea. Part 6. The Sea's Secret Letter. Morning came with a soft gray sky. The waves moved slowly, carrying the quiet breath of dawn. A thin silver light spread across the horizon, touching the glass of the lighthouse and the wet stones below. Elias woke early, as always. He stretched his arms, feeling the calm air of another peaceful day. Downstairs, Samuel was already awake. He sat at the table with his notebook open, writing quietly. When Elias entered, he smiled. "Good morning, Keeper," he said softly. Elias smiled back. "Good morning, writer. Did the sea let you sleep?" Samuel laughed. "Not really. The sound of the waves kept talking to me, but it was a good kind of talking." Elias nodded. The sea always has something to say. They shared breakfast, warm bread, apples, and tea. The simple food tasted full of peace. The kettle hummed softly on the small fire. The lighthouse walls glowed faintly in the new light. After breakfast, Samuel wandered around the room, studying the old stones. He traced his fingers over the marks on the wall. "These stones," he said quietly, "they look older than the lighthouse itself." Elias nodded. "They are. The first tower was built before my time. The sea took it once, but the people rebuilt it. The walls still keep their memory." Samuel knelt down near the window, running his hand along the lower part of the wall. He felt something uneven, a small, loose stone. He pressed gently, and it moved. He murmured. Elias turned toward him. "What is it?" Samuel pulled the small stone away and found a narrow gap behind it. Something was hidden there, dry, wrapped in an old piece of cloth. Elias walked closer. Together, they unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a folded letter, yellow and fragile with age. The paper smelled of salt and dust. The ink had faded, but the words were still there. Elias held it gently. "It's very old," he whispered. Samuel looked over his shoulder. "Can you read it?" Elias opened the letter slowly. The handwriting was neat, curved, and careful. He began to read aloud in a quiet voice. "To whoever keeps this light after me, if you find this letter, it means the sea has chosen you. Remember, the light is not only for ships, it is for hearts. Every flame you tend will warm someone you'll never meet, and when you feel alone, listen to the waves. They carry the voices of every keeper before you. We are never gone. We only become part of the sea." A keeper of the first light, 1869. Elias fell silent. Samuel looked at him, eyes wide. "That's beautiful," the writer whispered. Elias nodded slowly. His hands trembled a little. He said softly, "I think the sea wanted us to find it." He folded the letter again, holding it close to his chest. His eyes looked far away, full of quiet wonder. He whispered, "Even the sea remembers its keepers." Samuel wrote down the words in his notebook. "Every flame you tend will warm someone you'll never meet." He repeated it softly, like a prayer. "That's a perfect truth," he said. Elias smiled faintly. "It is. That's what the light means. Even when no one sees it, it still gives." They placed the letter on the table and sat beside it. For a long moment, neither spoke. The air was filled with the sound of the wind moving through the open window. It carried the scent of the sea, clean, deep, and endless. After a while, Samuel said quietly, "Maybe you were meant to find this, Elias. Maybe it's a message for you." Elias nodded, still looking at the letter. It feels like a voice from the past, a voice that knows what I feel now. He looked at the lamp above. It says, "We are never gone. We only become part of the sea." He smiled. "Then Anna is part of the sea now, and maybe all the keepers are too. When I listen to the waves, I hear them all together." Samuel closed his notebook slowly. He said, "Then the light isn't just fire and oil, it's memory." Elias nodded. "Yes, and love." They decided to keep the letter safe. Elias wrapped it again in the cloth, but instead of hiding it back in the wall, he placed it in a small glass box near the window. He said, "It should see the sea again." As the day went on, the fog returned, light and soft like breath. The world turned silver again. Elias and Samuel climbed the stairs to the lantern room. The air smelled of metal and sea salt. The lamp stood silent, waiting for the night. Samuel said, "It's strange. Even when I can't see the horizon, I feel calm here." Elias nodded. "The sea hides, but she never leaves." He touched the lamp gently. "She teaches us how to shine, even when the world looks empty." They stayed there as the evening came. The sun disappeared behind the mist, and the first star appeared, faint but steady. Elias lit the lamp, and the warm golden light filled the tower once more. It moved through the fog, slow and kind. The world outside was quiet. The light looked like a promise written on the air. Samuel said softly, "Now I understand what your life means." Elias looked at him. "And what is that?" Samuel smiled. "To keep light alive, not just for ships, but for hearts." Elias nodded. "Yes, for hearts." They stood together, watching the beam turn through the mist. The sound of the sea rose softly, and for a moment it felt as if many voices were whispering in the waves, old keepers, lost sailors, and the woman whose voice still lived in Elias's heart. He closed his eyes. He listened deeply. He felt the world breathing with him, sea, wind, and light together. He whispered, "I am not alone. I never was." The fog thickened again, but the light cut through it gently, turning, steady, endless. It touched the dark water and the sleeping ships beyond the horizon. It carried warmth, memory, and the quiet love of all who had come before. Inside the lighthouse, the two men stood in silence, hearts full of peace. And far below, the sea whispered its secret, a song of light that never fades. Part 7, Echoes in the Waves. The next morning began with a strange quiet. The wind was still, and the sea looked like glass. It was as if the whole world had paused to breathe. Elias stood on the balcony at the top of the lighthouse, watching the horizon. The light had just faded with dawn, and the first pale colors of morning painted the sky. Blue melted into gold. The air felt different, calm but full of waiting. Samuel joined him soon after. He carried his notebook, but hadn't opened it yet. He leaned on the railing beside Elias and said softly, "It feels like the sea is listening." Elias nodded. "She listens when she wants to speak." The two men stood in silence, hearing the soft hum of the waves below. Then, faintly, came another sound, a slow, hollow knock, like wood tapping against stone. It came again and again. Samuel looked toward the water. "What is that?" Elias didn't answer right away. He listened carefully. "It's something near the rocks," he said finally. Something the tide brought in. They climbed down the narrow steps to the shore. The mist was lifting, but the air still held the taste of salt and silence. The sound grew clearer. Wood against stone. patient and rhythmic, like a heartbeat. When they reached the edge of the rocks, they saw it. A piece of an old wooden boat lay half buried in seaweed and sand. Its color was faded, the wood gray and soft from years of water. A broken nameplate clung to its side, carved letters almost gone. Elias brushed away the wet moss with his fingers. He read softly, "Clara Belle." Samuel crouched beside him. "An old ship?" Elias nodded slowly. "Very old. Maybe one of the ones that disappeared near this coast long ago." They pulled the wreck higher, piece by piece, until a small wooden box slipped free from beneath the broken beam. It was sealed, but not locked. Elias lifted it gently. The wood was cracked, but still strong. He said quietly, "Let's bring it inside." Inside the lighthouse, they set the box on the table. The morning light fell across it, soft and gray. Elias touched the lid carefully. It opened with a small sigh, as if the sea itself exhaled. Inside were a few objects wrapped in cloth. A compass, its needle still trembling faintly. A silver pendant shaped like a moon, and a notebook tied with a thin rope. The paper was swollen from the sea, but still readable. Samuel untied it slowly. He turned the first few pages with careful fingers. "It's a journal," he said softly. Elias leaned closer. The writing was faded, but clear enough to read. Samuel began to read aloud. June 3rd, 1881. "The wind is gentle tonight. We passed near North Bay Light. The keeper's lamp is bright, like a star fallen to earth. The men say it brings luck. I hope they're right." Elias closed his eyes for a moment. He could almost see it. Another ship, another night, another keeper standing here long ago, lighting the same lamp. Samuel turned the page. June 5th, a storm is rising. The sea grows wild. I told Captain Martin we should turn back, but he said the light will guide us. I trust it. The light has never failed. The next page was blurred, words washed away by water. Then, faintly, the last lines remained. "If this book is ever found, may it return to the light that watched over us." Samuel looked up, eyes wide. "This ship, it must have gone down near here." Elias nodded. "Yes, and now the sea has brought it back, after all these years." They sat in silence for a while, looking at the book, the compass, the pendant. Elias touched the pendant lightly. It was cold and smooth. He said, "Whoever she was, she must have loved someone. This was carried with care." Samuel looked at him. "You think it belonged to the writer?" "Maybe, or someone waiting for him on land." He turned the pendant over. There was a small engraving on the back, a single word, "Hope." Elias smiled softly. The sea never forgets hope. The two men spent the afternoon cleaning the box and drying the pages near the fire. Each word they saved felt like saving a small piece of another life. Samuel wrote in his own notebook beside it, copying some of the phrases. He said quietly, "It's strange, isn't it? Even people who are gone still find ways to speak." Elias nodded. "Yes, sometimes through the sea, sometimes through time, sometimes through us." Later that evening, the sky turned red and gold. The sun sank slowly into the sea, and the world turned quiet again. Elias placed the box near the window, beside the first keeper's letter. He said, "The light can watch over them both now." When the first stars appeared, Samuel and Elias climbed the stairs to the lantern room. The air smelled of oil and mist. Elias trimmed the wick, lit the flame, and watched as the light rose. a circle of warmth spinning through the deepening night. He whispered, "For those who never came home." Samuel stood beside him. He said softly, "I think your lighthouse isn't just guiding ships, it's guiding souls." Elias smiled faintly. "Maybe. Or maybe it's just helping them remember they were never lost." They stood together in silence. The beam turned slowly, stretching far over the sea, touching waves that had carried countless stories. The sound of the tide below was deep and calm, full of memory. As the night grew darker, Elias thought of Anna, of the letter from the first keeper, of the ship Clarabelle and the word engraved on the pendant, hope. It all felt connected, as if the sea were weaving them together, thread by thread. He spoke softly, as if to the night itself. The sea keeps what we give it. Every word, every love, every light. Nothing truly disappears. It just changes shape. Samuel listened quietly. He didn't write that sentence down. He didn't need to. He knew he would never forget it. Hours passed in quiet peace. The sea breathed. The light turned. The world slept. And in the heart of it all, two men kept watch. Not against the darkness, but for it, because even darkness needed someone to hold the light. When the clock downstairs struck midnight, Elias whispered, "Good night, Anna. Good night, old keeper. Good night, travelers." The waves answered softly, carrying his words away into the endless sea. The light kept turning, and above it all, the stars burned gently, silent echoes of every light that had ever shone before. Part 8. The Memory of Light. The morning after the discovery was bright and still. The storm had passed days ago, but its echo still lived quietly in the sound of the waves. Elias stood outside, barefoot on the cold stones, watching sunlight move over the water. The air was fresh and new, yet inside him there was an old, familiar ache, the kind that comes when something is ending, even if you cannot yet name what it is. Behind him, the door of the lighthouse creaked open. Samuel stepped out, holding his notebook against his chest. He looked well rested, but his eyes carried that thoughtful calm of someone who had spent the night awake, thinking too much. "Good morning, keeper," he said softly. Elias turned and smiled. "Good morning, writer. You look like you've been dreaming with your eyes open." Samuel laughed quietly. "Maybe I have. I started writing your story last night." Elias raised an eyebrow. "My story?" Samuel nodded. "The story of the light, the sea, and you." Elias turned his gaze back toward the horizon. "I don't know if my life is a story worth writing." Samuel shook his head. "Every life that keeps light alive is a story worth telling." They stood together for a while, listening to the slow rhythm of the water. The gulls flew in lazy circles above them, their cries bright and distant. A breeze moved through the air, carrying the smell of seaweed and iron. Elias felt its cool touch on his face, and something within him softened. He said quietly, "If you write it, Samuel, write it like the sea. No hurry, no ending, just movement." Samuel smiled. "I think I already am." Inside the lighthouse, the morning light filtered through the windows, touching the walls with gold. Elias made tea while Samuel sat at the wooden table, writing in careful, steady lines. The scratching of the pen blended with the soft sounds of the waves outside. It felt peaceful, like two parts of the same quiet song. Elias watched him for a while, then spoke. "Do you ever wonder what will happen to your words, Samuel, after you're gone?" The writer paused, pen still in hand. Sometimes, but I think maybe it doesn't matter if they last. What matters is that I write them, that they shine for a while. Elias smiled. That's how I feel about this light. Samuel looked up at him. That's what I wanted to say in your story. The light isn't only fire and glass. It's a way of remembering that warmth is never wasted. Elias poured the tea and sat across from him. He said softly, "Then we are both keepers. You keep stories, I keep light." Samuel nodded slowly. And maybe they are the same thing. Hours passed in the quiet rhythm of work and sea. Samuel wrote. Elias checked the lamp, polished the brass fittings, and tended to the ropes. The island felt alive in its stillness, every sound clear, every breath honest. By noon, the sun was high, and the waves sparkled like 1,000 tiny mirrors. Samuel closed his notebook and leaned back. "I think I'll take a walk," he said. Elias nodded. "The tide is low. You can reach the far rocks before it rises." Samuel smiled and set off toward the shore. Elias watched him go, the figure small against the wide sea. Then he turned to the old shelf where the first keeper's letter and the ship's journal now rested together under the window. The two relics looked peaceful side by side, like old friends reunited after years apart. He whispered, "Your stories have found each other at last." He looked up at the lamp above, and for the first time, he felt its light looking back at him, like an old companion that understood. He thought of the letter he had received from the city, the one that spoke of machines and replacement. He hadn't forgotten it. The thought lingered like a shadow at the edge of his calm. He whispered, "Maybe my time as keeper is ending." The sea answered with a long sigh against the rocks. He nodded slowly. "Yes," he said, "but the light will not end with me." When Samuel returned in the afternoon, he carried a few shells in his hand. He laid them on the table. "They were shining under the water?" he said. Elias smiled softly. Anna used to say every shell has a memory inside. Samuel looked at them closely. "Then this one remembers sunlight." He placed one of the shells near the old letter and journal. Now the sea's memories are all together. They sat again by the window, the light outside soft and silver. The air had grown cooler, and the sound of the tide returning filled the space like a slow heartbeat. Elias said, "Tell me what you've written so far." Samuel opened his notebook and began to read aloud. "The lighthouse stands where the land ends. It does not move, yet it travels through every night, carrying warmth across the dark. Inside, it lives a man who listens to the sea. He speaks little, but his silence is full of meaning. Every night he lights a lamp, and every morning he thanks the sea for another safe return." Elias closed his eyes as Samuel read. The words sounded familiar, not because he had said them, but because they were true. When Samuel finished, Elias said quietly, "You understand this place." Samuel smiled. "I think this place understands me." Evening came slowly, the sky turning lavender and gold. They climbed the tower together once more. Elias prepared the lamp while Samuel stood by the window, watching the sun melt into the sea. The horizon glowed faintly red, like a slow-burning ember. Elias turned the handle of the lamp and lit the wick. The warm, golden light filled the room, spreading across the glass and metal. Samuel said softly, "When I first came here, I thought lighthouses were about saving ships. Now I think they're about saving silence." Elias smiled faintly. "Yes, the world is loud, Samuel, but light doesn't shout. It just stays." The wind rose gently, touching the tower. Outside, the sea whispered under the glow. Elias turned to the window and said, "Do you hear that sound? It's not just waves, it's memory." Samuel listened. He could hear it, faint, endless, alive. They stayed there until the stars appeared. The lighthouse shone across the water, its beam moving in perfect rhythm. Below, the sea reflected it, making two circles of light, one above, one below, like a heartbeat between heaven and water. Elias said quietly, "When I first came here, I was running away from the world. But the sea taught me that solitude isn't emptiness. It's space for truth to breathe." Samuel wrote the line down, then looked up. "And what truth did you find?" Elias smiled gently. "That love never leaves. It only changes shape, like light in fog, like sound in water." The writer didn't reply. He simply closed his notebook and looked out at the horizon. The world was quiet. The lamp turned. The sea shimmered softly, carrying stories, voices, and dreams that had no end. After a long silence, Elias said, "One day, the lighthouse will shine without me, but I hope whoever keeps it next will still listen to the sea." Samuel said softly, "I think they will, because you've left your voice in the waves." Elias turned his gaze toward the dark water. He could almost see Anna's reflection there, smiling, calm, waiting. He whispered, "Then my work is done." But the light kept turning, and the sea kept breathing, and the night, full of memory, was only just beginning. Part 9, The Last Storm. The day began in silence, a silence too deep, too wide. Even the sea seemed to hold its breath. The gulls were gone, the wind was still, and the horizon looked heavy with something unspoken. Elias stood outside the lighthouse, watching the far line where the sky met the water. A strange color filled the air. Not gray, not blue, but something in between, like the pause before a tear. Samuel joined him a little later. He held his notebook but did not write. He looked at the sea and said softly, "It feels different today." Elias nodded slowly. "Yes, the sea is thinking. When she is this quiet, something is coming." The wind began to change. It was slow at first. A single breath, then another. The surface of the water rippled. The air grew cooler. A faint smell of rain moved through the breeze, sharp and clean. Elias turned his face toward it, eyes half closed. He whispered, "She's waking up." Samuel watched him carefully. "Do storms come often?" "Sometimes," Elias said, "but this one feels old." He looked at the horizon again. The clouds were forming, dark shapes rising from the sea like mountains. The color of the sky deepened, layer by layer, until even the sunlight began to fade. The island grew small under the growing gray. They went inside. Elias checked the oil, the ropes, the shutters, the lantern glass. Every movement was slow, practiced, calm. He had done this many times before. Samuel followed him, helping where he could. The air in the lighthouse grew heavier, humming with distant thunder. Elias said, "When the sea speaks loud, the light must speak louder." Samuel asked softly, "Are you afraid?" The old keeper smiled faintly. "Fear is only noise. The sea has taught me to listen past it." By late afternoon, the first rain began to fall. It came in small drops at first, then in waves, tapping the glass like impatient fingers. The wind rose, carrying the salt from the sea against the walls. the air filled with the sound of rushing water and whistling breath. Elias stood at the top of the tower. The lamp burned steady, golden and alive. The storm was coming fast now, clouds twisting, wind howling. He whispered, "Stay strong, old friend." His hands moved with calm certainty, adjusting the flame, closing the vents, securing the shutters. Samuel climbed the stairs behind him, his face pale but steady. "The wind's growing stronger," he shouted. Elias nodded. "Yes." "She wants to be heard." Outside, the sea had turned black. Waves crashed against the rocks with deep, thunderous voices. Rain moved sideways through the air. Lightning tore open the sky for a moment, showing the endless water below, alive, angry, beautiful. Elias stood still, his hand resting on the metal railing. Each flash of lightning lit his face in white, silver, and shadow. Samuel shouted, "Should we go below?" Elias shook his head. "Not yet. The light must not go out." He moved to the lamp and checked the flame again. It flickered, strained, but still burned. He smiled softly. "She's stronger than she looks." Another flash, another roar. The tower trembled, but the light kept turning, sweeping across the dark water like a steady heartbeat. Far below, the sea crashed harder against the rocks, throwing spray high into the air. The sound was immense, wild, and endless. Samuel stood beside Elias, his hand gripping the rail. He shouted over the storm, "Why do you stay? Why risk it every time?" Elias turned to him, his face lit by the golden glow of the lamp. "Because someone always needs the light, Samuel. Even if I never see them, they see me, and that is enough." The words hung between them, quiet even in the noise. Samuel nodded, his throat tight. He looked at the flame, small, trembling, alive, and he understood. Hours passed. The storm deepened. The waves rose higher, breaking over the rocks, sending water rushing across the base of the lighthouse. Elias and Samuel worked together, checking the oil, sealing the windows, wiping condensation from the lens. Their hands were wet, their clothes heavy. But their movements remained calm, steady as the light itself. At one point, lightning struck somewhere close, the sound splitting the air. The tower shook violently. The lamp flickered. For a moment, the world went dark. Samuel's breath caught. Then Elias stepped forward, his hand quick and sure, adjusting the wick, feeding the flame. A second later, the light returned. Bright, golden, defiant. The two men exhaled at once. Elias said softly, "There, even the storm must bow to the light." The rain hammered for hours, but slowly, gently, the rage of the sea began to soften. The thunder grew distant. The lightning came less often. The roar of the waves faded to a tired whisper. By midnight, the wind fell quiet again, leaving only the sound of dripping water and the slow turning of the lamp. Elias sat on the floor, his hands still shaking slightly from exhaustion. Samuel sat beside him, soaked but smiling. He said quietly, "I've never seen anything so beautiful, so alive." Elias nodded. The sea reminds us what it means to survive. They sat in silence, watching the light move across the glass, slow and kind again. Outside, the world was washed clean. The smell of rain mixed with the scent of oil and iron. The sea, though restless, was calmer now, breathing softly under the returning stars. Samuel said, "I understand your life now, Elias. You don't fight the darkness. You guide through it." Elias looked at him, tired but smiling. "The darkness is not our enemy. It's what makes the light visible." The young writer wrote that down. his hand trembling slightly. He looked at the old keeper and said, "That line will stay in your story." Elias chuckled quietly. "Good. Then let it stay in your heart too." They stayed awake until dawn, when the first light of morning touched the sea. Elias stood and opened the upper window. Cool air rushed in, clean, soft, and full of the scent of salt and rain. He looked out and whispered, "She has forgiven us." Samuel followed his gaze. The horizon was golden again. The storm had left behind a silence so deep it almost sang. Below them, the water sparkled as if 1,000 tiny lights had fallen from the sky. Elias breathed deeply. He felt the world slow again, the way it always did after a storm, when everything became new and ancient at the same time. He turned to Samuel and said, "Now you understand why I never left." Samuel nodded. "Yes, because this is where light is born again." Elias smiled faintly. "Every storm teaches the same lesson. The sea takes, but it also returns." He looked out one last time at the endless horizon, a sea that had seen everything, remembered everything, and forgiven everything. Then, softly, almost to himself, he whispered, "Thank you, Anna. You were right. The sea keeps every voice." He turned back to Samuel and said, "Let's make tea. The light has earned her rest." Downstairs, the kettle began to sing. The lighthouse was warm again. The storm was gone, but its echo, that soft pulse of survival, stayed in the air like a hymn. Elias poured 2 cups, one for himself and one for the sea, setting the second near the open window. The wind carried the steam away, and in it, perhaps, a whisper of gratitude returned. Outside, the waves rolled gently against the rocks, and the lighthouse, scarred, strong, eternal, stood in golden peace, its light still turning, its keeper still smiling, its memory of the storm forever glowing inside the calm. Part 10. The Letter from the Mainland. The days after the storm were quiet and golden. The air smelled fresh again, sea salt, sun, and wet stone. Every morning, Elias stepped outside barefoot and felt the world breathing slowly once more. The sky stretched wide and clear, as if the sea had washed away every shadow. The gulls returned, circling high above, their voices sharp and alive. Samuel spent his mornings by the window, writing. The small table had become his ship, his notebook the sea. The words came to him like the rhythm of the tide, slow, repeating, and full of meaning. Sometimes he would stop and listen to the sound of Elias moving around the lighthouse, the quiet steps, the kettle's hum, the whisper of the brush as Elias cleaned the brass of the lantern. Every sound, even the smallest one, felt like part of a song he would never forget. By noon, they would share tea on the stone steps. They spoke little, but every word between them had weight, softness, truth. The days were simple, and simplicity had its own kind of beauty. But one morning, when Thomas came with the weekly boat, the silence changed. The boy's small figure appeared on the horizon, waving as always. The sea was calm, the sun gentle. Elias watched him approach, but he could tell something was different. Thomas's face was serious, his hands clutching a thick envelope. When he climbed the rocks, Elias helped him up as usual. "Good morning, Thomas," Elias said, smiling gently. The boy tried to smile back, but couldn't hold it for long. He handed over the letter with both hands. "It's from the city, sir. The one that sent the last notice." Elias looked at the paper. It bore the official seal of the Maritime Office. He felt its weight even before he opened it. He nodded slowly. "Thank you, Thomas." He gave the boy a piece of bread and an apple, as always. But today, they didn't talk about school or boats. The boy looked at him as if sensing something important, something final. Before leaving, Thomas asked, "Will I still bring letters next week?" Elias smiled softly. "We'll see, my boy. We'll see." When the boat disappeared into the horizon, the lighthouse fell silent again. Elias turned the envelope in his hands. The edges were damp from sea spray. Samuel came out from inside, notebook in hand. He saw the look on Elias's face and stopped. "From the city?" Elias nodded. "Yes, I think this is the one that ends it." They went inside together. The letter lay on the table for a long time before Elias finally opened it. He read slowly, his lips moving with each word. To Keeper Elias Ward, North Bay Lighthouse. We hereby inform you that the Department of Maritime Signals has completed the installation schedule for automated electric beacons across the northern coast. Your station is included in this modernization plan. Please prepare the lighthouse for transition. Official personnel will arrive in 2 weeks to take over operations. Your service will conclude at that time. We thank you for 23 years of loyal duty. Your final stipend and pension documents will be delivered in person. With respect, Office of Maritime Operations, City of Arkham. Elias folded the letter carefully and placed it on the table. For a long moment, there was no sound, only the slow ticking of the clock and the far cry of a gull. Samuel looked at him gently. "What will you do?" Elias breathed out slowly. He looked at the light above, the old brass and glass that had been his heart for more than 2 decades. "I don't know," he said softly. "I thought I would die here, Samuel. I thought the sea would be the last thing I saw." He smiled faintly, without bitterness. But time changes, even the things we think are eternal. Samuel sat down beside him. "You've given the world so many nights of light. Maybe now it's your turn to rest." Elias shook his head. "The sea doesn't rest, Samuel. She only changes her voice." He looked out the window. The horizon shimmered under the sunlight, endless and calm. He said quietly, "I wonder what she'll say when the light no longer needs a keeper." Samuel watched him, unsure how to answer. Elias's face was peaceful but distant, as if already half a memory. After a while, Elias stood and walked toward the stairs. "Come," he said softly. "There's something I want to show you." They climbed up the spiral steps together. The light room was warm, filled with the smell of oil and salt. Elias opened a small metal drawer built into the wall. Inside was a collection of small items, pieces of driftwood, shells, folded notes, and bits of colored glass. Each one caught the light like a tiny piece of history. He lifted them one by one, speaking quietly. This shell was from Anna. She said it sounded like the moon. "This bit of glass, a ship's lantern I found after a storm. This piece of wood, from a fishing boat that never came back." He smiled. "I kept them because they are all parts of the same story." Samuel touched one of the notes, yellowed with age. "Did you write all these?" Elias nodded. "Whenever I felt the sea speaking, I wrote down what she said. Sometimes it was a sound, sometimes a thought. All these years, I've been listening and learning her language." He took one paper and handed it to Samuel. The ink had faded, but the words were still clear. "Light does not fight the dark. It only waits for it to listen. Samuel read it twice, then whispered, "It's beautiful." Elias smiled faintly. "Not mine, hers." They stayed there for a long time, surrounded by the quiet hum of the lantern. Outside, the waves touched the rocks with soft rhythm, as if to say, "We are still here." Later, as evening came, Elias went outside alone. The air was warm, and the horizon glowed red. He stood by the shore, watching the reflection of the lighthouse shimmer on the surface of the water. He thought of the letter again. He thought of the machine that would come, silent and cold, lighting the sea without a heartbeat. He said softly, "It will shine, but it will not feel." He turned toward the tower. The windows glowed faintly in the twilight. The sight filled him with peace and sorrow at once. He whispered, "She deserves a farewell." That night, when the sky was dark and full of stars, Elias lit the lamp with more care than ever before. He cleaned every surface, polished every mirror, and trimmed the flame until it burned like pure gold. Samuel watched in silence. Elias said softly, "This is how I will remember her, alive, patient, beautiful." They stood side by side as the light turned. Outside, the sea was calm again, breathing in long, slow waves. Elias's voice was quiet, almost like a prayer. "When they come to replace her, I will not fight it. The sea taught me long ago. You cannot hold what must change. But I will stay until her last night." Samuel nodded, his throat tight. "I'll stay with you." Elias smiled. "Good. Every light needs someone to witness its last turning." They watched the golden beam sweep across the dark horizon, over and over. Each turn felt slower, deeper, heavier, like time stretching to remember itself. Elias rested a hand on the glass. It was warm under his palm. He whispered, "Thank you for letting me be part of your light." Down below, the sea answered with its eternal voice, and in that moment, Samuel understood that this farewell was not sadness. It was love, made visible through time. When dawn finally came, the light faded gently, and the tower stood still. Elias closed the lantern room door for the first time without lighting it again. He looked at Samuel and smiled. "The sea will remember this night." And she did. Part 11, 2 weeks. The letter changed the air inside the lighthouse. It didn't happen all at once. It came slowly, like the tide, quiet but certain. Each morning after that, Elias felt the passing of time differently. He no longer counted the hours by the turn of the lamp or the color of the sky. He counted them by memory, each moment becoming something he wanted to remember before it was gone. Samuel noticed it too. The old keeper moved more slowly, not from age, but from reverence. He would stop at the window for long minutes, just to watch the sea breathe. He would walk along the rocks after dawn, tracing the edges of the tide pools with his fingertips, as if learning them by heart. He spoke less, but when he did, his words carried the softness of someone already half in another world. The first few days passed under clear skies. The sea was calm and the air warm. Samuel kept writing, though now his pages began to fill with more than observation. He started to write letters, small, gentle messages addressed not to anyone specific, but to the sea, to the lighthouse, to time itself. He would read some of them aloud in the evenings when the two men sat by the fire. One night, he read, "If light is memory, then this tower is a heart. It beats once with every turn of the lamp, sending warmth into the dark, and the keeper, He is not its master, but its listener. He waits, and the light speaks. He listens, and the sea answers. Elias listened quietly, eyes half closed, the fire reflecting in them. When Samuel finished, the keeper said softly, "You write like a man who has already heard the truth." Samuel smiled faintly. "I learned from someone who listens better than he speaks." They both laughed, a small, tired laugh that carried peace more than joy. The next morning, fog rolled in again, thick, white, endless. It wrapped the island in silence so deep that even the sea seemed to whisper in whispers. Elias walked through it, moving carefully along the narrow path that circled the lighthouse. Drops of water clung to his sweater, to his beard, to his eyelashes. Every sound was soft and close. He whispered, "Even the world is quieting down for her farewell." He stopped by the edge of the rocks, where the sea lapped gently against the shore. He bent down and picked up a small piece of driftwood. Smooth, gray, shaped like a teardrop. He held it for a moment, then placed it in his pocket. "For the collection," he murmured. When he came back inside, Samuel was sitting by the window, reading one of the old letters they had found. It was the message from the first keeper, the one hidden in the wall. Samuel looked up and said, "I think this letter was written for you, Elias. Not just for whoever came after. For you." Elias smiled gently. "Maybe we all write letters to those we'll never meet. Maybe we all hope someone will one day find our words and understand." He looked at the letter again. Perhaps the sea keeps them until the right listener arrives. On the 5th day, the wind changed again. It came from the south, carrying the smell of pine and distant rain. The waves grew stronger, but not angry, only restless, like they too could feel the clock moving forward. Elias spent most of that day cleaning every part of the tower. He polished the brass rails until they shone, wiped every window until it gleamed with sea light, and brushed the dust from the steps that spiraled upward. When Samuel offered to help, Elias smiled. "This isn't work, it's farewell." As they cleaned, Samuel asked, "Do you ever wish you had left earlier? Maybe gone back to the city before the machines came?" Elias shook his head. "The city forgot how to listen. I would have forgotten too. Here, even silence has a voice." He paused, looking around the room. "I wanted my life to be simple enough that the sea could fit inside it." Samuel nodded, understanding. He wrote the sentence down later, underlining it twice. That evening, as the light faded, they climbed to the lantern room. The sun was low, burning deep orange across the calm sea. The horizon shimmered like molten gold. Elias stood by the lamp, his hands steady as ever. He trimmed the wick, checked the oil, and lit the flame. The familiar glow filled the room, spreading over their faces. It was the same light he had tended for decades, but tonight it looked almost human. Samuel whispered, "It feels like she knows." Elias smiled sadly. "She always knows." They stood side by side, watching the beam turn slowly, cutting through the fog and mist. Below them, the world was quiet. No boats, no voices, only the pulse of the sea. Each rotation of the lamp was a heartbeat. Each flicker of light was a breath. Elias said softly, "Every night, I told myself I was lighting the way for others, but maybe I was lighting it for myself, so I could remember that I still belonged to the world." Samuel said quietly, "You belong to the sea now, and the sea belongs to you." Elias turned to him, his eyes kind. maybe we all end up belonging to what we love. Days continued to pass, slow and heavy, like the tide at low water. The officials were due to arrive in 2 weeks, a simple fact printed on a piece of paper, but it felt enormous, like the shadow of a ship approaching from far away. Each morning brought a new kind of farewell. One morning, Elias stood on the balcony, brushing his hand along the old railing. He remembered painting it for the first time when it was rusted and flaking. He remembered Thomas as a small boy, laughing while throwing bread to the gulls. He remembered Anna's voice in his dreams, telling him to keep listening. The sea held them all, every sound, every face, every silence. He whispered, "You've kept me alive longer than time itself." Samuel joined him later with a pot of tea. They stood there quietly, drinking, watching the waves roll in. At one point, Samuel said, "When the officials come, will you go with them?" Elias shook his head slowly. "I think I'll stay until the first night the machine lights the lamp. After that, I'll know it's time." Samuel frowned. "Where will you go?" Elias smiled faintly. "Wherever the light goes when it's done shining." That night, Samuel couldn't sleep. He lay in his small room, listening to the steady sound of the sea through the open window. It was calm, yet heavy, as if the water itself carried the weight of goodbye. He stood and walked upstairs to the lantern room. Elias was already there, sitting by the light. He wasn't surprised. He never slept much these days either. Samuel sat beside him. For a long time, neither spoke. They just listened to the creak of the glass, the turning of the gears, the breathing of the sea. Then Elias said softly, "When I first came here, I was afraid of the silence. I thought it meant loneliness. But now I know silence is full of voices. You just have to stop trying to speak over them." Samuel looked at him, eyes full of quiet sadness. He said, "Elias, what will you do when it's all over?" The old keeper smiled faintly, his gaze still fixed on the sea. "I will listen. That's all I've ever done. And when my body is gone, maybe I'll still be a sound in the waves, a whisper that says, 'The light remembers you.'" They sat together until dawn, the lamp still turning, the sea still breathing, and the first pale light of morning touching their faces. Neither man spoke again that night, because they both knew some silences are meant to be kept whole. And when the sun rose, the sea shone with the same calm beauty as always, as if it too were trying to hold time still a little longer. Part 12. The Farewell Gift. The days slipped by softly, like sand between open fingers. The wind was calm most mornings, the sky pale and tender, and the sound of the waves was a slow heartbeat beneath every moment. Each dawn began the same way. Elias stepping barefoot onto the stones, closing his eyes, feeling the sea's breath on his skin. And each night ended with the same ritual, the soft light turning, the tea growing cold beside him, and Samuel writing quietly at the table until his pen fell still. But something had changed in the air, something delicate and invisible, like the quiet ache before tears. The sea seemed to know that its keeper's days were numbered. Her waves were gentler, her wind kinder. Even the gulls flew lower, as if keeping closer watch. One morning, as sunlight spilled across the window, Samuel found Elias already awake, sitting by the table, reading the letter from the city again. The paper was worn now, folded and refolded so many times that its edges had softened. Elias traced the ink lines with his finger and said quietly, 2 more days. His voice carried neither sorrow nor anger, only a deep, peaceful acceptance. Samuel sat opposite him, unsure how to respond. He wanted to speak, to say something meaningful, but the words felt small beside the silence that filled the room. Finally, he said softly, "I've been writing something for you." Elias looked up, eyes warm and curious. "For me?" Samuel nodded. "A kind of letter, or maybe a thank you." He reached for his notebook and untied the thin string that held it shut. Inside were dozens of pages, some filled with notes, some with short paragraphs, some with sketches of the lighthouse and the sea. He turned to one of the last pages and began to read aloud. "To the man who kept the light, the world will never know your face, but the sea knows your voice. Every wave that reaches shore carries your kindness in its foam. Every ship that sails under this light will be touched by your care. You are not guarding walls of stone. You are guarding dreams. And though the lamp may one day burn without your hands, it will never burn without your heart." Samuel's voice trembled slightly on the last line. He looked up. Elias said nothing for a while. He just smiled, a slow, full smile that seemed to hold all the years behind it. He reached out and placed his hand over Samuel's. "Thank you," he whispered. Then, with a faint laugh, "You've written what I could never say myself." Samuel's eyes glistened. He said, "It's not finished yet. I want to give it to you when they come. A farewell gift." Elias looked toward the window where the morning light touched the old brass frame of the lamp. He said softly, "Then I will leave something for you, too." That afternoon, while Samuel was outside walking along the beach, Elias climbed to the top of the lighthouse. The steps creaked under his slow, steady feet. The air inside was thick with the smell of salt, oil, and sunlight. He moved around the lantern room with quiet purpose, wiping the glass, tightening the screws, brushing away dust from the corners. He had done it thousands of times before, but this time, every motion felt sacred. It was not work now, it was remembrance. He stopped near the old brass drawer, the same one where he had kept the shells, the letters, and the little pieces of driftwood. He took them all out one by one and placed them carefully in a small wooden box. The box had belonged to Anna. It once held her jewelry, now long tarnished by sea air. Elias ran his hand over the lid. The wood was smooth, almost warm from years of touch. He opened his journal, the same one he had written in for more than 20 years, and tore out one page. His handwriting was slow, round, steady. He wrote, "To whoever keeps this light next, the sea will teach you if you let her. She will frighten you, comfort you, and test you. But above all, she will remember you. Be kind to her. She has carried many souls, and she carries yours now too." He folded the note and placed it inside the box, along with the shells, the letters, and the small silver pendant that had been found in the wreck of the Clarabelle. Then he closed the lid gently. He whispered, "This is the sea's memory now." He slid the box into a small alcove beside the lantern and covered it with a piece of linen. It looked almost hidden, yet perfectly placed, as if the tower itself had been waiting for this gift. When Samuel returned from his walk, the sky had turned pale gold. The tide was coming in, moving softly across the rocks. He carried a handful of smooth stones and placed them on the windowsill. He said, smiling, "The sea gave me these." Elias smiled back. "And what will you give her?" Samuel looked at him, puzzled. "The sea?" Elias nodded. "She gives us so much. Sound, silence, beauty, even peace. It's only fair to give something back before you go." Samuel thought about that all evening. Later, as the light turned and the room filled with its soft, rhythmic glow, he took one of the stones in his hand and carved into it a single word with the tip of his penknife. It took him a long time. The stone was smooth and hard, but when he finished, he showed it to Elias. It said simply, "Listen." Elias's smile deepened. "Yes," he said, "that's the right word." Samuel placed the stone near the edge of the window where the moonlight could reach it. "When the tide rises high enough," he said, "the sea will take it." Elias nodded. "She'll understand." The next morning, the air was full of silver mist. The horizon disappeared again, and everything, sea, sky, and air, became one quiet color. Elias stood outside, breathing it in. He felt calm. Every fear he had once known was gone. The end did not feel like an ending anymore. It felt like a return. When he came back in, Samuel was waiting with a folded piece of paper in his hands. "I finished your letter," he said softly. Elias took it, unfolded it, and read silently for a long time. The last lines made him close his eyes. "You kept the light for others, and in doing so, you became light yourself. The sea will never forget your name, because it has already become your voice." Elias placed the letter down carefully and said, "You've given me a way to live forever." Samuel shook his head gently. "No, you already had that. I just put it into words." They shared tea again that evening. Outside, the fog began to lift, revealing a clear band of orange at the edge of the horizon. It was the last sunset before the officials would come. Elias stood by the window, the cup warm in his hands, and whispered, "Tomorrow, the light will change, but tonight, she still belongs to us." He turned to Samuel. "Come, let's light her one last time together." They climbed the stairs, side by side, without speaking. At the top, the world was wrapped in gold. Elias struck the match. The flame caught, trembling for a moment, then steadied. The golden light filled the room, soft and alive, casting their shadows long across the walls. Elias whispered, "There, she's awake again." They stood close together, watching the light move through the glass, turning gently toward the sea. Below them, the waves carried their reflections, stretching out toward infinity. Neither man spoke. The silence was enough. The light turned, the sea breathed, and time, for a few precious moments, forgot to move. Later that night, when Samuel had gone to bed, Elias returned to the lantern room alone. He opened the small window and let the wind in. He whispered, "This is my gift to you, old friend. Light, memory, and peace." He closed his eyes and listened. For a long time, there was only wind and water. Then faintly, almost like a heartbeat, he heard Anna's voice in the waves. "You kept your promise, Elias. Now rest. The sea remembers you." He smiled, tears shining softly on his cheeks. He whispered, "Good night, my love." And the sea answered with a sigh. Deep, endless, kind. Part 13. The last morning dawn came quietly, almost too gently for a day that would change everything. The sky over the horizon was pale, like the inside of a seashell, and the sea moved with slow, patient breaths. A faint mist still lingered, but through it, sunlight began to spread, soft and golden, like warmth returning to an old memory. Elias woke early, before the gulls began their cries. He lay still for a while, listening to the world. There was the creak of the tower, the whisper of the wind through the cracks, the slow roll of the waves, sounds that had been his companions for decades. Today, they felt closer, as if they were speaking to him one last time. He sat up, dressed quietly, and went outside. The stones were cool under his feet. The sea was calm, silver blue, endless. He breathed deeply and whispered, "Good morning, old friend. You've never failed me." The air smelled of salt and sunlight. He closed his eyes and let the wind touch his face. He could almost hear Anna's laughter carried within it, light and distant, as if it were woven into the breeze itself. He smiled. When he returned inside, Samuel was already awake, sitting at the table with 2 cups of tea. He had placed the folded farewell letter between them. The young writer's eyes were red from lack of sleep. He looked up as Elias entered. "They'll be here soon," Samuel said quietly. Elias nodded. "Yes, the sea told me." They drank their tea in silence, both aware that this would be their last morning together in the lighthouse. The light from the rising sun poured gently through the windows, making the old wooden table glow. Every object in the room, the kettle, the books, the shells, even the worn chair by the wall, seemed alive, as if aware of the moment. After a long silence, Samuel said, "I don't think I can write this part." Elias smiled softly. "Then don't. Some endings can only be lived, not written." By mid-morning, the sound of an engine broke the stillness. It came slowly from the horizon, a low hum at first, then louder, until a small gray boat appeared through the mist. 2 men stood on it, dressed in navy coats, their caps glinting in the sun. They waved politely as they approached. Elias watched them from the rocks, his hands behind his back. He didn't wave back. He just nodded, steady and calm. The boat docked against the wooden post. The younger of the 2 men climbed out first, holding a leather case. "Mr. Elias Ward?" he asked, his tone respectful. Elias nodded again. "Yes. I'm Officer Marin. This is Technician Lowell. We've come from the Maritime Office. It's an honor to meet you, sir." Elias smiled faintly. "Honor isn't necessary. The light doesn't care for titles." The officer chuckled awkwardly, not sure if it was a joke. He said, "We'll begin the installation this afternoon. The electric system should be ready by nightfall. We'll make sure everything is in order." Elias nodded. "I've kept her ready for you." Samuel stood behind him, quiet, watching. The officials greeted him politely, mistaking him for another employee. He said little. He just looked at Elias and knew this was the beginning of the end. Inside, the lighthouse filled with new sounds, the clicking of tools, the hum of machinery, the quiet steps of men moving carefully. Elias watched them work. They were kind, efficient, and respectful, but they didn't speak to the light. They only measured it, adjusted it, and made notes in their folders. To them, it was a device, not a companion, not a voice, not a living thing. Elias didn't interfere. He just stayed close, watching, as if guarding an old friend during surgery. When the wires were fitted and the glass tested, the technician said, "She's strong, good glass. We won't need to replace it." Elias smiled faintly. "She's older than all of us." By noon, the work was done. The men stepped outside to eat their lunch on the boat, leaving the tower silent again. Elias climbed the stairs slowly. Samuel followed. At the top, the lantern room was quiet, but different now. Too clean, too bright, too mechanical. The new control box sat beside the lamp, small and modern, with a blinking green light. It was ready to run by itself. Elias walked around it, studying it carefully. He said softly, "She won't need hands anymore." Samuel stood beside him. "She'll still shine." "Yes," Elias said, "but she won't listen." He rested his palm on the old brass rail, feeling the faint vibration of the metal beneath. "This tower has a heartbeat," he whispered. "You can feel it if you've lived here long enough. When the wind changes, it breathes. When the light turns, it hums." "That's how I know she's alive." Samuel said nothing. There was nothing to say. He could feel it too. The afternoon moved slowly. The officers finished their notes, checked the new wiring, and packed their cases. Before leaving, Officer Marin shook Elias's hand and said, "The system will activate automatically at sunset. You can stay to see it if you'd like." Elias nodded politely. "I will." The officer smiled, then added, "Thank you for keeping this light alive all these years. You've done your duty well." When they left, silence returned again. The old silence, the true one. Elias and Samuel stood alone in the tower. Outside, the sea shimmered under the afternoon sun. The air felt heavy with memory. Elias said softly, "When I came here, I thought I would teach the sea how to listen. But it was the sea that taught me." He looked at Samuel. "Do you hear it now?" Samuel nodded. "Yes, it's everywhere. In the wind, in the light, in us." Elias smiled. "Then my work is done." He walked slowly to the old lamp and touched its side one last time. "Thank you," he whispered. "You were never just a light. You were my voice when I had none." Evening came. The sun lowered itself gently into the sea, turning everything gold, then rose-colored, then soft gray. Elias lit the flame one final time, not because it was needed, but because it was right. He wanted the last light from his hands to meet the first light from the machine, a farewell between old friends. Samuel stood beside him as he lit it. The match flared, then steadied into the warm, golden flame that had guarded countless nights. The two men watched as it turned slowly within the glass, casting long shadows across the walls. Then, at the edge of the horizon, the electric beacon flickered on. Its light was whiter, colder, perfect, and silent. The two beams crossed for a moment, the old and the new, a golden heart meeting a white star, the past and the future touching in one brief breath. Then Elias reached out, turned the old lamp's valve, and let the flame fade. The golden light dimmed, flickered, and went out. The machine's beam continued, steady and tireless. The lighthouse was no longer his. Elias stood still for a long time, his eyes reflecting both lights, one fading, one unending. Then he whispered, "She's awake without me now." His voice was calm, but Samuel saw tears shine in the corners of his eyes. They went downstairs together, neither speaking. At the bottom, Elias stopped beside the open window. The air was cool and smelled of the sea. He took one slow breath, then another, and said quietly, "Listen." Samuel closed his eyes and listened. There was no hum of engines, no sound of tools, only the sea. It moved softly against the rocks, whispering, breathing, endless. In that moment, both men understood that nothing had truly ended. The light, the sea, the memory. They were all still there, only changed. Later, when Samuel packed his things, Elias gave him the small wooden box, the one that held the shells, the letters, and the pendant. He said, "This belongs to you now. When you write, keep it near. It will remind you what light sounds like." Samuel took it carefully, his voice trembling. "I'll keep it safe." Elias nodded. "Don't keep it safe. Keep it alive." They stepped outside together one last time. The sea stretched wide before them, dark blue under the first stars. The new light swept over it, clean and perfect, cutting through the mist. Elias watched it once, then turned away. "It's beautiful," Samuel said softly. "Yes," Elias whispered, "but beauty is never enough without soul. Remember that when you write." He smiled, not sadly, but peacefully, the kind of smile that comes when everything has already been forgiven. Samuel looked at him and said, "What will you do now?" Elias looked out toward the horizon. "Listen," he said, and that was all. That night, when Samuel's boat left the island, Elias stood alone by the shore. The waves brushed gently against the rocks. The wind moved through his hair, carrying the faint sound of a song. Maybe from the sea, maybe from memory, he whispered. "Good night, Anna. Good night, old friend. Keep shining." The electric beam turned, steady and white, across the dark water. It touched the horizon and disappeared into the night. And though no one could see him now, Elias smiled, for the light still shone, and the sea still sang, and in both, his heart still lived. Part 14. The Keeper's Departure. The morning after Samuel left was silent in a way Elias had never known. For the first time in 23 years, there were no voices in the lighthouse. No pages turning, no pen scratching, no second cup of tea on the table. Only the slow hum of the wind through the open window and the deep, steady breath of the sea below. The fog had returned, soft and low, brushing gently against the tower's walls. It wrapped the island like a blanket, a familiar comfort, and yet today it felt like a farewell. The beam of the new electric light still turned, sweeping over the mist in perfect rhythm. It was bright, precise, tireless, but it had no scent of oil, no flicker, no breath. It shone like something too clean to belong to the world. Elias stood by the door of the lantern room, watching it turn. He didn't resent it. He only felt its distance. It was a different kind of light, a light that did not need him. He whispered, "You will do your work well, but you will never know why it matters." He descended the spiral stairs slowly, his hand brushing the cold railing. Every step felt like a memory. The laughter of Thomas echoing from below, the crackle of Samuel's fire, Anna's imagined footsteps beside him. The tower was full of ghosts, but they were gentle ones. He did not fear them. They were his family. When he reached the kitchen, he found the note Samuel had left on the table. It was written on cream-colored paper, the handwriting neat and small. He unfolded it carefully and read, "Dear Elias, I will not say goodbye because you are not leaving. Not really. The sea keeps what it loves. The light keeps what it remembers. And I will keep both. Wherever I write, you will live between the lines. Samuel." Elias smiled softly and folded the note back into his pocket. He looked around the room once more, at the cracked teapot, the old wooden chair, the lantern on the wall. All the small things that had made up a life. He whispered, You've all done your duty too. He stepped outside into the mist. The air was cool and silver. The rocks were slick with dew. The sea below a shifting mirror. The gulls were quiet this morning, circling in slow arcs above the water. He walked along the narrow path toward the edge of the island. Each step echoed softly on the stone. At the far end of the path, where the cliffs curved out toward the horizon, Elias stopped. From here, he could see the full sweep of the sea, endless, moving, alive. He had stood here many times before, during storms and sunsets, under stars and rain. But today, the view was different. It was not the same sea he had watched for decades. It was something larger, something that seemed to breathe with him, as if they shared the same lungs. He stood for a long time, listening. There was no need to speak. The sea already knew everything. When he finally did speak, his voice was low and calm. "I am not leaving you," he said. "I am only changing shape, like light, like sound, like you." He closed his eyes and remembered every sound the sea had ever made. The crash of storms, the soft tap of rain on the windows, the slow lull of calm nights, the laughter of gulls, the hum of the waves. All of it was music now, a song he had spent his life learning to hear. He took from his pocket the small piece of driftwood he had picked up days ago. Smooth, gray, shaped like a tear. He held it for a moment, then threw it gently into the water. It disappeared without a splash, carried away instantly by the tide. "That's my last message," he whispered. "Take it where it needs to go." Hours passed. The fog began to lift, revealing a sky so bright it looked almost white. The sea shimmered with silver light. Elias watched as the waves retreated and advanced again. Over and over, just as they always had. He thought of Anna. He thought of Samuel. He thought of every sailor who had ever trusted this light. And for the first time, he felt them all, not as memories, but as presence. They were here, in the air, in the sound, in the quiet. He whispered, "So this is what forever feels like." He returned to the lighthouse one last time. Inside, everything was in perfect order. The books neatly stacked, the table cleared, the lamp above turning steadily. He packed a small satchel, his journal, the photograph of Anna, a few pages of Samuel's writing, and a seashell from the first day he arrived. He did not take the key. He left it hanging on the nail by the door. It belonged to the sea now. Before leaving, he climbed the stairs one final time. At the top, the machine light turned, silent, flawless, cold. He placed his hand on the old brass railing, the same place his hands had rested thousands of times before. The metal was cool beneath his skin, but he could still feel the echo of warmth as if it remembered him. He leaned close to the glass and whispered, "Goodbye, old friend. May your light reach farther than mine ever could." Then he turned toward the window. The sea spread out before him, endless and shining. He whispered, "I am ready." The boat that would take him away arrived by afternoon. It was a small fishing vessel from the mainland, driven by a quiet man who said little. Elias had arranged it weeks ago, though he hadn't told Samuel. He didn't want anyone watching him leave. He carried his satchel and stepped carefully onto the deck. The man nodded and cast off the line. The engine hummed softly, and the island began to drift backward. Or perhaps it was Elias who drifted forward. The lighthouse grew smaller, its white walls glowing against the sky. The electric beam still turned, precise and steady, sweeping over the sea like a metronome of eternity. Elias watched it for a long time, his eyes calm. He whispered, "You will not forget me." The captain, glancing at him, asked quietly, "Leaving for good, sir?" Elias smiled faintly. "For good," he said, "and for the good of light." The man didn't understand, but he nodded respectfully. Elias turned his gaze back toward the horizon. The sea stretched endlessly ahead. The same sea, the same song. He felt no fear, only stillness. Every part of him, his thoughts, his breath, his memories, moved in rhythm with the waves. He took out his journal one last time and opened to a blank page. With the small pencil tucked inside, he wrote, "The sea has no endings. She only changes her form. Today, she takes me back, not away, but home." He tore the page gently from the book, folded it once, and placed it between the planks of the boat. Then he leaned back, closed his eyes, and let the sound of the sea fill him completely. For a long while, he sat that way, breathing, listening, becoming. And as the sun lowered itself toward the horizon, painting the water gold, Elias whispered softly, "Anna, the light is yours now." That evening, as the lighthouse faded into the distance, the electric lamp continued to turn. But for just one brief moment, one that no one else saw, the light seemed to flicker, not from failure, not from the wind, but from memory. A soft golden hue, almost human, glowed inside the cold beam, the color of oil and breath, the color of a keeper's last touch. And then, in the hush between two waves, the sea sighed. It was not sadness, it was recognition. Because it knew the keeper had not left. He had only gone where all lights go, into the heart of the sea, where darkness and love become the same thing, and every wave carries a whisper that says, "I am here, I am light, I am home." Part 15. The sea remembers years past, and the sea kept her promise. The lighthouse still stood on its lonely island, a white pillar against the shifting blues of the horizon. The electric beacon continued to turn each night, cold and tireless, its rhythm perfect, its reach long. Ships still passed by and whispered their thanks to the light, not knowing that once, long ago, a man had watched over them with human hands and a human heart. But the sea knew. She remembered everything. On calm nights, when the wind was gentle and the tide was low, the waves lapped against the rocks with a sound that was almost a word. Fishermen who anchored nearby swore they could hear a voice, low, deep, kind, humming softly through the mist. They said it was the voice of the old keeper, singing to the sea he loved. Some said it was only the wind through the railings, but those who listened closely could hear words, slow, rhythmic, like the sea itself speaking. "You are safe, you are seen. The light remembers you." Years later, the lighthouse became automatic in every sense. The oil lamps were removed, the old stairs replaced with steel. The rooms below were locked and left to dust. The world had moved forward, faster, brighter, louder. The mainland built bigger ships and brighter beacons, but still, the North Bay light remained, turning every night, faithful to its pattern. Thomas, the boy who had once brought bread and letters, grew into a man. He became a sailor himself. He had crossed oceans now, seen great ports and tall cities. But no matter where he went, he carried with him the sound of the waves against the lighthouse rocks, and the calm voice of the old keeper saying, "The sea talks to those who listen." One spring evening, his ship passed near North Bay again. The water was calm, the sky pink with sunset. He stood on the deck and looked towards the distant tower. It still shone, steady as ever. The sight filled him with something he hadn't felt in years, the quiet ache of childhood wonder. He whispered to himself, "He's still here." The captain, hearing him, said, "Who?" Thomas smiled faintly. "The man who taught the sea to listen." A few months later, Samuel returned. He was older now, his hair streaked with gray, his hands thin from years of writing. His books had traveled far. Stories of the sea, of light, of memory. People knew his name, though few knew the truth behind his words. But fame had never mattered to him. He came back not as a writer, but as a friend. When his small boat approached the island, the lighthouse appeared exactly as it had years ago, unchanged by time, untouched by the world's noise. The white walls had faded slightly, the stones were rougher, but the presence was the same. The air still smelled of salt and iron, and the rhythm of the waves still matched the beat of his heart. He stepped onto the rocks and stood there for a long time, breathing the silence. Then he whispered, "I kept my promise, Elias." He walked the familiar path up to the lighthouse door. It opened with a low creak. Dust floated in the light that entered behind him. Inside, the rooms were quiet, filled with faint echoes of what once was: the clink of a teacup, the soft scrape of a chair, the far hum of a flame. He touched the wall as he climbed the spiral staircase, his fingers brushing against stone that still held the warmth of human years. At the top, the lantern room was brighter than he remembered. The new machine still shone, white and steady. But beside it, tucked neatly in the corner, he found the linen-covered box Elias had left behind. Samuel smiled, tears welling in his eyes. He opened it gently. Inside, everything was exactly as before. The shells, the driftwood, the silver pendant, the letter from the first keeper, and Elias's final note. The air smelled faintly of salt and paper. He unfolded the note and read again. "The sea will teach you, if you let her. Be kind to her. She carries your soul now." Samuel pressed the paper to his chest. The light above turned, its glow moving slowly across his face. He whispered, "She carried yours well, old friend." That night, Samuel stayed on the island. He made a small fire outside, near the edge of the cliffs where Elias once stood. The waves glowed faintly with moonlight. He sat in silence, watching the horizon until the stars began to appear. One by one, like old companions. He took out his notebook and began to write by the firelight. He wrote not as a storyteller this time, but as a listener. His words were slower, softer, more like prayer than prose. There are men who build ships and men who sail them, but the rarest are those who light the way. They do not seek glory. They do not leave monuments. Their gift is invisible, a warmth felt by strangers, a glow seen by the lost. And though their hands one day grow still, their light never ends. It moves through the sea, through memory, through us. He closed the notebook and stared into the flames. They crackled softly, the same color as the old lamp. He could almost imagine Elias sitting beside him, quiet, content, listening to the sea. Samuel spoke softly into the air. "I used to think stories kept people alive, but you showed me, Elias. It's not stories, it's love. Love written in light." The sea answered with a gentle sigh, like a page turning. Samuel smiled. He stayed until dawn. When the first light touched the water, he stood and walked toward the tower once more. He climbed to the top, and placed his notebook inside the wooden box next to Elias's letter. He whispered, "Now your story has a companion." Then he closed the lid, covered it again with the linen, and stepped back. The machine light turned above him, bright, endless, unaware. But through it, the sunrise glowed, soft and golden, like the old flame reborn. Samuel left the island that afternoon. As the boat carried him away, he looked back only once. The lighthouse stood still, the beam sweeping slowly across the sea. He could have sworn that for one brief moment, the light changed color, from white to gold, from machine to memory. He smiled and whispered, "Thank you." Then he turned his eyes to the horizon. He felt a peace that words could never hold, because he knew, truly knew, that Elias had never left. The sea remembered him. The light remembered him. And now, so did the world. And sometimes, on quiet nights far from shore, when the waves move gently under a soft moon, a faint voice can still be heard whispering through the water, calm and kind as ever. "I am light. I am love. I am here." Part 16. The Return of the Tide. Time moved quietly around the lighthouse, the way the tide moves, without hurry, without sound. Seasons changed, and so did the men who came to check the light. They arrived in small boats every few months, wearing new uniforms, carrying shiny tools, speaking in quick, efficient voices. They stayed for a few hours, maybe a night, and then left again. None of them lingered long enough to hear the whispers beneath the wind, but the sea still spoke, and the light still listened. The new keepers were not truly keepers anymore, only inspectors. The machine needed little care, and the island was empty most of the year. Still, those who stayed for even one night would often write small notes in the maintenance log. Fog unusually heavy, but the light kept strong. Strange hum heard near the cliffs sounded like a voice. No wind, yet waves seemed to rise in rhythm. Most dismissed these things as tricks of the mind, but a few, the ones who stayed up late with the window open, would tell quiet stories when they returned to the mainland. About the feeling of being watched over, about the sense that the tower itself breathed when the sea was calm. Years later, a storm tore through the coast. It was the kind of storm that only comes once in a generation. Fierce, wild, alive with the full memory of the ocean's anger. Winds screamed through the cliffs, and waves climbed high enough to strike the lower walls of the lighthouse. For 2 nights, the world vanished beneath rain and thunder. In the mainland control center, the operators feared the worst. They thought the light would fail, but it didn't. Even as power lines fell across the coast and other beacons went dark, the North Bay light kept shining, steady and clear. Ships far out at sea reported seeing its beam cutting through the black water like a golden thread. They said it wasn't white that night. It was golden, and those who sailed near it swore they heard a low voice in the storm, calm and sure, saying, "Steady, steady." The light remembers. When the storm finally passed, the technicians came to inspect the damage. They expected broken glass, twisted rails, ruined wiring, but they found the tower untouched, dry inside, warm even. The air smelled faintly of oil, though there had been no oil lamp for years. And on the table by the window, they found something strange, a seashell, still wet with seawater, resting perfectly upright, as if placed there gently by a careful hand. They recorded it in the log. but no one could explain it. Some years later still, the government declared the lighthouse heritage property. No longer an active navigation point, it became a preserved site, a monument to the old world of hand-lit lamps and human keepers. A small path was built from the shore to the tower, and once every summer, boats would bring visitors to see it. They came with cameras and notebooks, children and guides. They walked through the rooms, now clean and restored with glass displays and printed plaques. One of the plaques told the story of Elias Ward, the last keeper of North Bay Light. It described his years of solitude, his devotion to the lamp, his service through countless storms. It did not mention Anna. It did not mention Samuel. It did not mention the sea's voice. But the air remembered. Sometimes, when the crowds had left and the door was locked again, the room would fall quiet, and the sound of slow footsteps would echo faintly up the spiral stairs. A chair would creak, a window latch would click, and the faint scent of tea would drift through the stillness. No one ever saw anyone there. But those who spent a night on the island would wake to find the lamp softly glowing, not the electric light, but a dim, golden shimmer at its core, like an old flame remembering how to dream. One year, during one of those summer tours, a young woman came alone. Her name was Marin. She was quiet, observant, with a notebook tucked under her arm. She moved slowly through the rooms, touching the walls, studying the cracks as though searching for something beyond what was written on the signs. When she reached the lantern room, she stood for a long time before the glass. The view from there was endless. Sea, sky, light, silence. She felt something stirred deep inside her chest, something she couldn't name. It was as if the air itself was listening. She knelt near the corner where the wooden floor met the brass railing. Something caught her eye, a small gap in the boards. She reached down and gently pried it open. Inside, wrapped in linen and sea dust, she found a wooden box. Her hands trembled as she lifted it. The box was old, the hinges tarnished, but still strong. She opened it carefully. Inside were shells, driftwood, letters, a silver pendant, and 2 folded papers. The first was brittle with age, Elias's final note. The second was newer, written in careful script, Samuel's words. Marin read them both by the window light. When she finished, her eyes filled with tears. She whispered, "So it's true." For a long time, she didn't move. The light turned slowly above her, brushing her face with gold. She felt something, a quiet, familiar warmth, rise through her like breath. And though she was alone, she could have sworn she heard a voice, low and kind, whisper beside her ear, "Listen." The sound was like the sea, like wind over stone, like a memory waking from sleep. She placed both letters back into the box, closed the lid, and held it tightly against her chest. Then she said softly, "I will keep your story." That night, the caretakers who lived on the mainland noticed something strange. From their window across the bay, they saw the lighthouse shining again. Not white, but a deep, warm gold. The beam moved slowly, like breath, sweeping across the water with a softness that was unmistakably human. They checked their monitors, but no power reading appeared. The system was off. The light was not supposed to be on at all, and yet it was. It glowed until dawn, then faded with the first touch of sunlight. When they visited the next morning, Everything was still in its place. No sign of anyone, no candle, no lamp, no fire. Only the faint scent of sea salt and something else, something like oil and thyme. On the table near the window, a single word had been written in the dust. Home. From that day forward, the locals began to speak of the keeper's light. Sometimes, on certain nights when the tide was high and the wind was low, the golden beam would appear again, faint, fleeting, alive. Sailors said it guided them when modern instruments failed. Poets wrote about it as a ghost that never frightened, only comforted. And those who believed in such things said the light shone not for the living, but for the lost, for those who had forgotten where they belonged. Children would whisper, "The old keeper still walks the tower when the fog is thick. He lights the sea so it won't be lonely." And perhaps they were right, because sometimes when the waves are calm and the stars are clear, the sea seems to glow softly near the base of the tower, as if a flame burns beneath the surface, waiting, patient, eternal. And if you stand very still and listen, you might hear it too, the hum of memory, the sound of love turned into light, the quiet voice of a man saying, "I am here, I am home." Part 17. The New Keeper. When Marin returned to the mainland, she could not sleep. For 3 nights, the sound of the sea followed her wherever she went. Not the ordinary rhythm of waves, but something deeper, more human. She would close her eyes and hear footsteps on old stairs, the soft turning of a lamp, the steady breath of wind through the glass. She heard the same word again and again, whispered in the edge of her dreams. Listen. She tried to return to her life in the city. She had friends there, work, bright rooms filled with chatter, but none of it sounded right anymore. Everything felt too fast, too loud, too empty. The world spoke in noise, not in silence, and she missed the silence. She missed the way the light turned, slow, patient, eternal. She missed the smell of salt and stone, the hum of the sea, the feeling of being small and safe inside something vast. She missed the voice she could not explain, the one that had spoken inside her chest when she found the box, the one that had felt like both memory and prayer. By the end of that week, she knew she would return. The caretakers at the maritime office were surprised when she asked permission to stay on the island. "No one lives there," one of them said. "The systems are automatic. The tours only run in summer." "I don't want to run tours," she said. "I want to watch the light." They laughed softly, not unkindly. "There's nothing to watch, miss. It's just a machine now." But she only smiled. "Then let me keep it company." After some discussion and a few amused looks, they agreed. The island was safe, the quarters still usable, and she offered to maintain the property in exchange for food and supplies every 2 weeks. To them, it was harmless. To her, it was home. She arrived again in early spring. The sea was calm that morning, and the mist hung low over the water like a sleeping veil. The small boat carried her slowly across the glassy surface, its wake rippling outward like a memory unfolding. The lighthouse appeared out of the fog exactly as she remembered it. Tall, white, patient, alive. It waited for her. When her feet touched the rocks, she felt an almost electric calm move through her. It was not excitement, not fear, something quieter, something that felt like recognition. She whispered, "I'm back." The door opened easily, though it had been months since anyone had entered. Inside, the air smelled faintly of salt and dust. Light filtered in through the small round windows, painting golden circles on the floor. Everything looked just as she had left it. The table near the window, the empty chair, the thin layer of dust where the word home had once been traced. She ran her hand over the wood, over the cool stone of the wall. Then she climbed the spiral stairs. Each step echoed softly, a sound that felt like welcome. At the top, the lamp stood silent, the brass gleaming faintly in the morning light. The wooden box was still there in its corner, exactly as before. Maren stood by the glass and looked out at the sea. It stretched endlessly before her, silver blue, breathing, eternal. She spoke aloud, though there was no one there. "My name is Maren. I found your letters. I understand." The wind moved through the open window and brushed her face like a hand. The air smelled of salt and old fire. And for a brief second, she felt it again. That warmth, that invisible presence that seemed to live inside the silence itself. It was not frightening. It was love, steady and wordless. She said softly, "If you'll have me, I'll stay." The light above her flickered. Not from electricity, but from something older. A shimmer, soft and gold, moved across the glass. Maren smiled through tears. Then it settled. The first weeks passed quietly. The supply boat came and went, bringing food, paper, oil for cleaning. She restored the rooms, swept the stairs, washed the windows, and repaired the shutters. She hung her small lamp by the kitchen door and filled the air again with warmth and motion. Every morning, she walked the island, collecting shells and driftwood. Every evening, she sat by the window, reading the letters she had found in the box. Each night before bed, she would whisper, "Good night, Elias." And sometimes, when the wind was right, the sea would whisper back, just softly enough to make her smile. She began keeping a journal like Elias once had. Her handwriting was gentle, looping, unhurried. She filled its pages with reflections, questions, and quiet observations. She wrote not to be read, but to remember, to weave herself into the rhythm of the place. "The sea does not want answers," she wrote. "She only wants company. If you sit long enough, she tells you who you are." Sometimes, at night, she would climb to the lantern room and watch the beam turn. It no longer looked cold to her. The white light had softened somehow, as if memory had mixed with its brightness. She often thought of the words Elias had written. "Be kind to her. She carries your soul now." And she wondered whose soul it carried, his, Samuel's, or maybe her own. One evening, near midsummer, the sea began to change again. The air grew heavy, the horizon darkened, and the wind carried the smell of rain. A storm was coming. It was not large, but it was strong enough to remind her of the stories she had read. The night the old keeper had faced the waves alone. She climbed to the tower, checked the glass, tightened the vents, and braced the shutters. Then she sat beside the lamp and waited. The first drops came like small footsteps on the roof. The wind rose, whistling softly through the cracks. Soon, rain struck hard against the glass, and thunder rolled far out at sea. The light turned, bright and sure, cutting through the dark. Maren sat beside it, calm. She didn't feel fear. She felt connection, as though the sea was speaking again, testing her, greeting her. She whispered, "I'm here." The waves grew louder, striking the rocks below. The whole tower seemed to hum. And through the sound, she thought she heard a voice. Deep, warm, steady. "You've kept her safe. She closed her eyes. "Elias?" she whispered, but there was no answer, only the rhythm of the sea and the glow of the lamp. She smiled through tears. That's enough. When the storm passed, the air was cool and clean again. The sun broke through, and the sea glittered like glass. Maren stood at the window, watching the world reborn in light. She opened her journal and wrote slowly, her hand steady despite her tears. "I thought I came here to keep the light, but the light keeps me. I thought I came to listen, but the sea listens to me. And sometimes, when the waves breathe and the gulls are silent, I can almost hear him say, 'You are home.'" She closed the book and looked out toward the horizon. The light turned behind her, golden in the morning sun. Its reflection shimmered across the water, reaching far, far into the distance. Somewhere, perhaps, it touched another heart, another wanderer, another soul searching for a voice in the quiet. And as the wind carried her hair across her face, Maren whispered into the air, "I'll keep the light alive." The sea answered with a sigh, low, kind, endless, and the sound of the waves blended with the steady heartbeat of the turning lamp, two voices becoming one. That night, far across the water, sailors once again saw the light of North Bay. They said it looked warmer than before, softer, more human. They said it felt like home, and maybe it was, because the sea, faithful as ever, had found her new keeper. And the light, eternal, patient, alive, had found another listener. And if you listen now, on quiet nights when the tide is low and the world is still, you might hear two voices within the waves, one old, one young, speaking in the same rhythm. The sea remembers, the light endures, and love never ends. Part 18, The Song of the Sea. The sea began to sing again, not in words, not in notes, but in something older, something that lived between sound and silence. Maren first heard it at dawn, in that soft hour before light truly arrives. She woke to it, not from outside, but from inside her chest, as if her heart had begun to echo the ocean's rhythm. The waves outside were calm, barely touching the rocks, yet she felt them move through her like breath. She rose quietly and went to the window. The world was wrapped in mist. The horizon was gone, replaced by a soft, silver haze that seemed to stretch forever. The lighthouse light was still turning, slow, patient, golden in the fog. Each time it swept past the glass, it caught her face for a heartbeat, then moved on, like a pulse, like a reminder. She pressed her hand against the window pane and whispered, "I'm listening." The sea answered, not with thunder, but with memory. For a moment, she could almost see them. Elias on the shore, his lantern glowing against the wind. Samuel by the fire, writing quietly into the night. Anna by the window, her laughter hidden in the sound of rain. They were not ghosts. They were the music itself, the rhythm of lives that had never truly ended, only transformed. The air around her trembled, the sea's voice deepened, and then she heard it clearly, faint, melodic, full of love. All that listens becomes light. The sound vanished as quickly as it came, but its warmth stayed. She touched her chest. Her heartbeat had changed, slower, steadier, calmer, like the waves, like the light. That day, she carried her chair outside and sat near the cliffs, a notebook in her lap. The tide was low, the stones slick and shining. Gulls drifted lazily above, and far out to sea, the horizon shimmered like melted glass. She began to write what she heard, not words exactly, but feelings translated into sentences. The language of the sea was not made of grammar or logic. It was rhythm, breath, and pulse. She listened for hours, letting her mind quiet until the world spoke for itself. There is no distance between what leaves and what stays. The sea does not forget its rivers. The sky does not forget its rain. All that was once love remains. She paused. Her hand trembled slightly. The words felt too large to belong to her. She whispered, "Are you speaking through me, Elias?" A breeze brushed her cheek, warm and soft. The pages fluttered, but did not tear. She smiled. "That's what I thought." Each evening after that, she listened again. Sometimes at sunset, sometimes deep into the night when the stars shone bright over the black water. The voice came and went, sometimes faint as wind, sometimes strong as thunder, but always kind, always familiar. The messages were never commands. They were lessons, simple and quiet. Light is the memory of warmth. The sea is not lonely. She carries everyone. When you stop asking, you begin to understand. Maren began to live by these words. She no longer kept track of days or months. Time became fluid, tidal. She worked when she felt energy, rested when the light dimmed, ate when the sea told her she was hungry. Her hair grew long, sun-kissed at the ends. Her skin took on the color of the wind, half bronze, half salt. She no longer belonged to the mainland. She belonged to the rhythm. At night, she lit a small oil lamp beside her bed. Not because she needed it, but because it made her feel close to the past, to Elias's steady hands, to the old flame that had once guided ships through storms. She would whisper before sleeping, "Good night, Keeper." And sometimes the sea would answer in her dreams. One dream stayed with her. She stood on the shore, barefoot, the tide brushing her toes. The sky was filled with slow-moving clouds of light, not stars, but soft, golden lanterns drifting upward like breath. A figure stood beside her, tall, calm, familiar. She couldn't see his face clearly, but she knew his voice. "Do you see how the light moves?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "It never stops, because it remembers," he said. "Every keeper adds a breath to the sea. Every listener becomes part of the song." She turned to him. "Am I part of it now?" He smiled, though his outline was faint. "You were always part of it. You just needed to listen long enough to hear yourself." She woke with tears on her cheeks and the echo of his words in her chest. Outside, the dawn was breaking, the light soft, pale gold, washing over the sea. And she knew that it had not been a dream. The months that followed felt timeless. Visitors came to the island occasionally, researchers, caretakers, tourists. But Maren stayed out of sight. She preferred to watch from the tower, unseen, as they walked along the shore taking photos, laughing, calling out to each other. When they left, she would go down and erase their footprints from the sand, not to hide them, but to return the beach to silence. She continued to write. Her notebooks filled quickly, page after page of what she called sea language. Not everyone would understand it, but she didn't write for others anymore. She wrote for the light, to feed it, to echo it, to keep it company. "The sea is a voice without end," she wrote. "The lighthouse is her heart. The keeper is her breath." One evening, when the tide was high and the air heavy with mist, she stood at the edge of the rocks and sang. It was not a song she knew. It came to her like the sea's own melody, long and slow, wordless and wide. Her voice carried across the water, soft and sure. The light turned in rhythm, and for the first time, she felt something extraordinary, the sea singing back. The waves rose and fell to her tune. The wind swirled around her like a gentle embrace. The very stones beneath her feet seemed to hum. It was as though the entire world was breathing through her, as though Elias, Anna, Samuel, and the countless souls who had loved this place were singing with her. The light flashed once, gold, not white, and the sea whispered, "You have learned the language." From that day on, Maren spoke to the sea not in words, but in song. She would hum softly as she cleaned the glass or mended the ropes. She would sing while walking along the cliffs, her melody carried by the wind. And whenever she sang, the air seemed to glow, faintly, gently, like sunlight through deep water. One night, during a calm full moon, she sat outside with her notebook open on her knees. The sea was so still it looked like a mirror. She looked up at the stars and whispered, "Is this what you meant, Elias? To keep listening until there is no difference between sound and silence?" And though the wind was soft, it carried an answer. Yes. She smiled, closing her eyes. The moonlight touched her face, and for a moment, she felt herself dissolve, not disappear, but expand. Her breath matched the waves. Her heart matched the lamps turning. Her thoughts became light. In the mainland towns, people began to tell stories again. Sailors spoke of a song they could hear when passing the old lighthouse at night. A woman's voice, gentle as tidewater, singing to the horizon. They said it wasn't lonely. It was peaceful, full of kindness. It made the sea feel safe. They called her the Lady of the Light. Those who sailed close said the light sometimes changed color, from white to gold, from gold to silver, from silver to something they could only call alive. No one knew who she was, but everyone agreed that the light at North Bay had never shone so beautifully. And in the tower, Maren kept her promise. Each night before sleeping, she whispered, "Good night, Keeper." And the sea, as always, answered, "Good night, listener." And so they kept each other, the sea and the light, the past and the present, the voice and the silence, woven forever into one endless song. Part 19, The Keeper's Legacy. Time flowed across the island like a soft, endless tide. The seasons changed, but they did not pass. They blended one into another, as if the island existed outside of ordinary time. Days arrived without number, nights without measure. The sea, always breathing, always speaking, kept its eternal rhythm, and Maren stayed. Her hair grew long and silvered with salt. Her hands, once soft, became strong and lined, shaped by the work of tending light and stone. She no longer marked her days by the calendar, only by the color of the sea. When the water was deep blue, she knew it was summer. When it turned gray-green, she felt autumn's breath. When it shimmered like glass, she knew spring had come again. And in winter, when the sea roared and the wind sang in the tower's bones, she would light her small lamp, open her window, and whisper to the storm, "I'm here." Sometimes she felt Elias there beside her, not in form, but in presence. When she reached for the lantern's brass rail, she could feel his warmth in the metal. When she wrote in her notebook, she sometimes caught herself writing phrases that didn't feel like her own. It was as if the sea borrowed her hand for a moment, continuing a story that had begun long before she was born. "We are not keepers of the light," one page said. "We are the light kept by the sea." She didn't remember writing it, but it was true. In time, the world beyond the island began to hear of her. Fishermen spoke of a woman who lived with the light, a figure seen at dusk, walking along the rocks, her dress white against the sea. They said she sang in the language of waves. They said the sea calmed when she sang. Some called her the ghost of North Bay, others the sea's daughter. But those who had truly listened, sailors who had once been lost in fog, travelers who had drifted too close to the rocks, they called her something else. The keeper returned, because they swore the voice they heard was not one voice, but two, a man and a woman together, singing through the mist. The sea remembers, the light endures. You are not alone. One year, when the spring tides rose higher than ever before, a young boy was washed onto the island after his fishing boat capsized in a storm. Maren found him half-conscious near the cliffs, his hands cut, his lips blue. She carried him inside, wrapped him in blankets, and fed him broth by the fire. When he finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the old woman smiling down at him, her hair silver, her eyes calm as the tide. "Where am I?" he whispered. "Home," she said, or something like it. He stayed on the island for 2 weeks, recovering. During that time, Maren taught him how to listen, not to people, to things, to wind, to stone, to silence. She showed him how the sea changed its sound with every mood, how the light hummed softly when the air was clear. She told him stories, not fairy tales, but truths disguised as them, of Elias, the old keeper, of Anna, who loved him, of Samuel, who wrote their voices into memory. The boy listened as if every word was the last star in the sky. Before he left, she gave him one of her notebooks. He asked, "Why me?" She smiled. "Because you heard me." And as his small boat carried him away, he promised to come back. He never did. But years later, people said a man in the southern ports wrote songs about the sea that made sailors weep. Every one of his melodies began with the sound of waves. Maren grew older, but the sea never treated her as fragile. It carried her like one of its own, with patience, with rhythm, with infinite care. She stopped counting years entirely. Her reflection in the window changed, but her eyes remained the same. Quiet, clear, full of the light she had kept. One winter evening, when the sky was heavy and low, she sat by the window and began to write her final letter. The words came easily, as if they had been waiting all her life. "To whoever finds this place after me, do not try to own the light. Let it own you. Listen when the sea speaks, even when you don't understand. Especially then, the waves are not asking, they are remembering. You are part of their memory now." She placed the letter in the same wooden box that had held Elias's relics, Samuel's pages, and her own journals. Then she closed the lid gently, whispering, "This is your turn to keep, my old friend." That night, she climbed to the lantern room. The electric light still turned, white and strong. She touched the glass, feeling its vibration through her fingers. "Still awake," she murmured. "Good." She stood there a long while, listening to the sea hum below. The air was cold, but she felt no pain, no weariness, only stillness. She lit her small oil lamp, as she always did, and placed it beside the great electric one. 2 lights, one old, one new, turning side by side. Outside, the wind rose, the tide surged, and somewhere in that vast conversation between sky and sea, a familiar voice whispered, "Marin." She smiled. "I hear you, Elias." The light flared gold, the sea shimmered like molten glass. And when the morning came, the island was silent. The lamp still turned. The waves still breathed, but the chair by the window was empty, and a soft scent of salt and wildflowers filled the air, the scent that always came after her songs. Months later, when the caretakers came to deliver supplies, they found the tower spotless, every brass rail polished, every window open to the sun. On the table lay a seashell, perfectly placed beside an open notebook. On the page, in her careful handwriting, were the final words she had written. "The keeper is not gone. She has gone deeper, where light and love are the same." The sea outside was calm, the kind of calm that comes only after a farewell that isn't really a goodbye. They said the air felt alive. Some even claimed that as they left, the lighthouse light turned golden. Not white, not for long, but long enough for the sea to say, "She is home." Years drifted on. The island became legend. No one lived there again, but people still came. Artists, wanderers, believers. They came not to see the machinery, but to feel the air, to hear the quiet, to stand where silence was once tended by love. And when the wind was right, when the mist lay low over the sea, you could still hear the voices, soft and layered, like the sound of waves echoing inside a shell. Elias, calm and patient. Marin, gentle and luminous. Samuel, steady and wise. All singing one unending song. Light remembers, sea forgives, love endures. The beam of the North Bay Lighthouse still sweeps the horizon tonight. To most, it is just another light in the distance. But to those who have ever felt lost, to those who have listened in the dark, it is more than light. It is a promise. It is a heartbeat. It is the voice of all who loved and listened, carried forever in the waves. Part 20. The lighthouse sleeps. Close your eyes. The sea is calm now. The night stretches wide and silver, breathing softly against the edge of the world. The lighthouse stands quiet and still, its white walls faintly glowing under the touch of moonlight. The great lamp turns slowly above, casting its rhythm across the sleeping water, steady, unhurried, eternal. Everything that once was, every storm, every step, every whispered word, has folded itself gently into this silence. This is not an ending. This is the light at rest. There is no keeper now, no human hand to tend the flame. And yet the tower lives. Inside the walls, the air hums faintly, the sound of memory breathing. If you listen carefully, you can hear echoes of lives long intertwined with the sea, footsteps that never hurry, laughter carried by the wind, the scrape of a chair, the murmur of a turning page, the sigh of tea poured slowly into a cup. These are not ghosts. They are the heartbeat of devotion itself, still pulsing quietly through the stones. Elias's presence lingers in the corners of the lantern room, the patience of hands that served without asking for praise. Marin's songs still drift through the window slats on warm nights, where the waves roll up to the shore to listen. Samuel's words, preserved in his careful notebooks, hum like paper-thin wings within the old wooden box that still sits beneath the lamp. The sea has gathered them all, their sounds, their silences, their light, and carries them now as one. The sea remembers everything. She remembers Elias whispering, "Stay steady, my friend. during the storm. She remembers Marin's voice humming softly to the tide. She remembers Samuel riding late into the night, capturing each breath of stillness before dawn. And she remembers you too, though you do not know it yet. For anyone who listens becomes part of her song. Tonight, the waves are gentle. They move with the rhythm of sleep, slow and kind. The stars hang low over the water, mirrored perfectly in the calm surface. Between them, the beam of the lighthouse drifts, not white now, but a warm, golden hue. It turns, as it always has, sweeping across the horizon, a single steady heartbeat in the vastness of the world. Somewhere far out at sea, a small boat passes. The sailor at its helm looks up and sees the light, faint and constant. He does not know its story, but something in him softens. He breathes easier. He feels seen. He feels safe. And when he whispers, "Thank you," the wind carries his words back to the island, where they settle softly among the stones, joining thousands of other voices that have done the same. The lighthouse listens. Inside the tower, the wooden box still waits. Its lid is closed, but not sealed. Time has not touched it, or perhaps time has learned to leave it alone. Within it lie the memories of an entire century of love and listening. The shell from Anna, the silver pendant from the Clarabelle, the letters written in fading ink, and the final note from Marin, written in her graceful hand. The keeper is not gone. She has gone deeper, where light and love are the same. The sea reads this line every night when the tide rises high enough to touch the stone foundation. She hums it back into the wind over and over, until even the stars seem to pulse with the rhythm of her remembrance. Sometimes, when the night is very clear, you can hear the echoes of all their voices merging together. Elias, Marin, Samuel, Anna, a quiet chorus that fills the air with peace. Be still, you are safe, you are seen, the light remembers you. And now, the light speaks softly to you. It says, you do not need to chase the world. You do not need to be loud to be heard. Like the sea, you already carry everything you are meant to. Like the light, you are already shining. Listen. You can feel it, can't you? The calm beneath your ribs. The steady rhythm of your own breath, rising and falling with the waves. This, too, is the sea. This, too, is the light. Let it guide you. Let it hold you. Let it remind you that the quiet inside you is not emptiness. It is the echo of every kindness you have ever given and every love that has ever found you. And now, as the tide turns again, the lighthouse begins to rest. The lamp glows softly, dimming into a warm, amber hue. The waves whisper low lullabies to the stones. The wind sighs gently through the windows. The whole island exhales, one long, peaceful breath. Inside that stillness, the sea speaks one last time, not in sound, but in understanding. She says, I am calm. I am learning. I understand. I am safe. I am growing. And the light, still turning, still tender, answers in return. I am here. I am love. I am home. The sea smiles. The light sleeps. And so do you. Good night, dreamer. The story stays with you. Always.